Inshallah, we're going to start. So we will do, inshallah, 2 ayats today of Surah Al-Baqarah, 141 and 142. So 141 is the end of the first juz, Alif Lam Mim, and with the 142, the second juz of the Quran starts. So the first is simple translation. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Ayat number 141. Tilka ummatun qad khalat. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has been mentioning until now the stories of Bani Israel and their prophets. So at this point, those stories end. So this ayat says that Tilka ummatun, that was a nation, that was a group of people. Qad khalat, they have gone. Okay. Laha ma kasabat, whatever they earned, it was for them. Okay. Walakum ma kasabtum, and whatever you earn, it is for you. Wala tus'aluna, and you will not be asked. On the day of judgment, you will not be questioned. Amma kanu ya'malun, what they used to do. Okay. So that is the first ayah. And the second ayat is about when in Medina the Qibla direction was changed. Okay. When Prophet ﷺ migrated to Medina, in the beginning he was still facing the Baitul Maqdis in the prayer. Okay. Then after some time, the direction of the Qibla was changed from Baitul Maqdis towards Kaaba, which was on the other side of the Medina. So when that happened, there were other people who started making fun or started saying foolish things. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is responding to them by saying, Sayaqulu Sofaha, the foolish people will say, Minan Nas, among the people, Ma wallahum, what has turned them, An qiblatihim allati kanu alayha, on that qibla they were facing until now. What changed them? What changed Muslims to switch their direction from the Baitul Maqdis towards the Kaaba? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, Qul lillahil mashriqu wal maghrib. Say thou the east and the west belongs to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. The east and the west belongs to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Yahdi man yasha'u, he guides whomever he wants or wills or desires, ila siratim mustaqim, towards a path which is straight, siratim mustaqim. So inshallah we will do the understanding of the words.
Thank you.
Okay. So going back to the beginning of the ayat number 141, the ayat starts with tilka. Okay. So the word tilka means that. Okay. And there is another word, zalika, that also means that. Zalika. Okay. So the difference between these two words is that if the person or the object we are talking about is feminine, then this is used, tilka is used. If the person or the object we are talking about is masculine, then zalika is used. Okay. So here the word tilka is used. Tilka means that. Now why tilka is used here? Because the word ummatun means a nation or a group of people. Ummatun means a group of people or nation. Okay. And this word is feminine in nature. Ummatun is feminine. Okay. And one of the signs of a word being feminine is that it ends up with this ta marbuta. This is ummatun, this kind of ta, and this is the regular ta. Okay, and this is also written as like that, the way it is written here, ta. Whenever you see this ta at the end with two dhammas, ummatun, that means this word, this whole word has a feminine. For example, so when you stop, you can say umma. For example, all the feminine names we know, Sajida, Hamida, okay, those are feminine names. So they end up with a ta like this. Okay, Sajidatun or Sajida. Okay, so this word ummatun, which means nation or a group of people, is a feminine. That is the reason tilka is used here. Tilka is used for feminine, so it means tilka ummatun, that was a nation, that was a group of people. And this is about the prophets that have passed in the history. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is talking about them and the people who were guided. So tilka ummatun means that was a nation. A nation. Means the Ibrahim alayhi salam and Ismail and Ishaq and Yaqub and all the tribes which we just studied, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is saying those were a group of people. That was a nation. Okay? So what happened to them? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, qad khalat. Okay? So qad is used to make it surely. Qad, surely. So if you are talking something in the past and we want to say surely this thing happened, qad is used for. Okay? Then the next word is kha, lam and waw, and this means to go away, or pass by. Something that has gone or something that has passed in the history, this word is used for that, kha, lam and waw. Okay? If I put a ta at the end and sound like khalat, this is used for a feminine, which means, and the past tense, which means she is gone. She passed away or passed by. Okay? So here, she passed by. Okay? So the word we are using, ummat. So we don't have to say she. The nation has gone. The nation has passed by. Okay? So tilka ummatun qad khalat, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says that was a nation that has gone. Means those people came, live in this world, and they are gone. Okay? So qad khalat means surely gone by or passed by. But gone is enough. Okay? So those were the people, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says that they came, they lived in this world, they did good deeds or whatever they did, they are gone. They are history now. Okay? So this is what it means, tilka ummatun qad khalat. Those were the people who were gone. Okay? Then,
if you put khalatan, what does that mean?
khalat,
Khalatan?
I don't know.
Khalatan? would be feminine, right?
Khalat is feminine. That's what I said.
How do you make it masculine?
Khala.
Khala?
Yeah. Khalam and waw, which is khala.
Khala?
Yeah. So when you put a ta at the end, and it sounds like this becomes a feminine third person, and history depends. Laha and ha. These are two words, la and ha. Laha means, la means for, and ha means her or it. Okay. So laha means for it or for her. Because we are talking about the group of people or nation. Okay. Ma means whatever. Okay. Whatever. Okay. Then the next word is kaf, sin and ba, and this means to earn.
Ma means what? Or
Whatever.
Whatever.
Whatever, yeah. Okay? Kasaba means to earn. Kasb halal, earning, halal earning. So kasaba means to earn something, okay? And if I do the same thing, kasabat means she earned. Okay. So all the time this her or she is coming because ummatun is a feminine. So all the word, the grammar that will come will be pointing to she or her. So she earned means the ummat earned, or those people earned. Okay? And here I can say in English, it earned. Okay? So what it means, the sentence so far says that those were some people who lived in the past. Whatever they earned, it was for them. Okay? For it means, if they say pupil, then for them. So whatever good deeds they did, it is for them. Whatever wrong things they did, it is for them. They will be responsible on the day of judgment for their good deeds or their bad deeds. Okay? This is what is the earning is. Whatever in this world they did, they will be responsible for that in the hereafter. Okay? Laha ma kasabat, for them whatever they earned. Okay?
So, excuse me, earn means for doing
Earn means whatever good work they did here.
not for ibadah.
No, everything. Ibadat, good deeds, worshipping, and all other good deeds they did. They took all these back with them on the day of the judgment. They will get reward for all these things. Everything, not only the earning, not the job only.
Not your job.
24 hours, whatever they did. They worked hard for anything. If they earned the right way, they worshipped, everything they did in 24 hours. All this is their earning. They are taking it back to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And on the day of judgment, it will be for them, whatever they did here. Okay, so that is what it means.
They also say in the Quran that it says like, so no compensation will be accepted from her, or no compensation will be accepted from him.
Right.
like
Yeah, so but that is for one person cannot do anything for the other person.
mainly it's like most of your
It
attention.
says whatever you did, this is what it means also. Whatever you did,
It's your.
that is yours. Nobody is going to help you there. Okay? This is what. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says those were some people who came and who went away in this world, in the history. Whatever they earned, they took back with them. This is theirs. But whatever you do, now it is yours. Whatever you earn, you will take with you. So you will not be helping them and they will not be helping you. So this is what the next part is. Walakum ma kasabtum. Okay? So let's look at these words. Va means and la means for, and kum mean you, and for you.
So, question: this is applied only to Jewish people, right?
No,
this
no.
is because
This will apply to everybody in the history.
okay,
Okay, the ayat ends at that point. The topic ends because the description was about the Bani Israel.
yeah. If you look the context, it's talk about the
Right.
Jews, right?
Not only Jews, but the Ummatun means the discussion was Ibrahim alayhi salam and Ismail alayhi salam and Ishaq and Yaqub and their tribes. All of them are included in this.
Okay,
But then it applies generally to everyone.
okay,
Okay? That whoever nations came in the past, whatever they did, they took with them.
so that means this one is applied to previous Islam after Prophet bring the message. That's where the next one start with the,
Right.
Islam, right?
Next one starts walakum ma
Yeah, that
kasabtum.
is-
Whatever you do, okay, and you also includes us.
Correct. That is, I'm talking the
After the
period.
Quran was
Yeah,
given.
the period.
Yeah, that period.
So you have to
Yeah.
clarify that is the
Yeah.
period that was applied.
Yeah. So walakum and it is for you. Ma means whatever. Same words. Okay. And again, the root letters are same. Kaf, Sin and Ba means to earn. And kasab, tum, when we put a tum at the end, it becomes you. Kasab, tum, you earned. Okay? Kasaba was for them, they earned. Kasabtum is for you, you earned.
How would you say iron?
Kasabtu.
Kapsutta?
Falto, this is simple grammar. Okay? So, kasabtum means they, the kasabtum means you earned. Okay?
Kasbi.
Yeah.
Kasbi.
And for you, that or whatever you earned. Whatever you earned is for you. Whatever previous nation earned, it was for them. The reward of one nation or one group will not go to others. Everyone is responsible for themselves. Okay. Then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, Wala tus'aluna. Okay. Okay. So wa and la. Va means and la means not. Okay. And the next word is Sin, Hamza and Lam. Okay. This means to ask. This means to ask. Like a swal. Swal is mean a question or asking. So it's from the same root letters. Okay. Now as a simple rule, if I have these three letters, fa, and lam, okay, this means to do, and I put a ta in the beginning and a guna at the end, okay, and I simply put these three letters in between, okay, and pronounce like taf'aluna. Taf'aluna means you ask. Or you do. In this case, it will be you do. Okay. Taf'aluna means you do, which means present tense, and you third, second person plural. Taf'aluna means you do. Okay. So in Arabic, putting a ta in the beginning and guna at the end makes a grammar of you and present tense. You do. Okay. So if we apply this rule here on these three words, this will be tas'aluna. Okay. So this will become, put a ta in the beginning and guna at the end. Okay. And if I put these three letters here, so this will become tas'aluna. Tas'aluna means you ask. Tas'aluna, just like taf'aluna you do, tas'aluna means you ask.
But here is tus'aluna.
Yeah, I'm coming to that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Tas'aluna means you ask. If you are asking a question, then it means tas'aluna. Okay? Okay? Now, so this can be written as tas'aluna, tas'aluna. We're writing together, combining these letters. Tas'aluna, the meaning is you ask. Okay? Now, if I make one change here, instead of fatah here, I put a dhamma on it, on the first letter. It becomes tus'aluna, the meaning will change. Okay? So if I do that, and write down everything as it is, except that change this to a dhamma here. Okay? This will become tus'aluna. The meaning will change. Meaning will become like passive, means you will be asked. Okay? Here, tas'aluna means you are asking. Okay? Tus'aluna means you will be asked. Okay? So, tas'aluna means you are asking someone. Okay? But tus'aluna means someone is asking you. You are not asking anymore. It changed it. Okay? Tus'aluna, you will be asked. You will be questioned. You will be asked. Okay? But the word is la tas'aluna. You will not be asked. Okay? So the word here is wala, and you will not be asked. Wala tas'aluna means you will not be questioned. You will not be asked. Nobody is going to ask you. Okay? Wala tus'aluna, and you will not be asked. Okay? What is that you will not be asked? Amma kanu ya'malun. Okay? So the first word is amma. Amma means that which. Amma means that which. Okay. Next word is kaf, waw and noon. Kaf or noon means in English to be. Kaf or noon in English means to be. Okay. And kana means he was. Kana means he was. Okay. If we put a fatha on each of them and waw changes into alif, so it becomes kana. Kana means he was, the past tense. Okay. Its plural is kanu. Kanu is the plural. Kanu means they were. Kanu means they were. Kana means he was, its plural is kanu. They were. Okay? So the word is kanu. They were. Then the next word is simple words and meme and lam. Amala means to do. Okay? Because amal is the action. Something we do is called amal. So and meme and lam means to do something. Okay?
Ka means they.
Kanu means they were.
Kanu, the whole thing.
The whole thing kanu means they were.
Okay. Right.
Okay? So ayn, meme and lam is to do. Okay? And if we do ya'malun, ya'malun or ya'maluna means they do. When we put a ya in the beginning and una at the end, it becomes they do. Okay? So this word is ya'malun. They do. Okay? Now if you notice that this word is they were and this word is they do. Okay? But when they come together like this, its meaning in English will be they used to do. So this whole word will be they used to do.
So at that point, we should thank Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that you completed the first juz of the Quran and you're about to start the second juz.
Right. So, amma kanu ya'malun means that which they used to do. You will not be asked La tus'aluna, you will not be asked what they used to do. The people who came and lived on this earth in the past, whatever they did, we will not be asked, you will not be asked what they used to do. They took their work with them, we will take our work with them for the hereafter, for the day of judgment. One nation that lived in the history, the next generation will not be responsible for that. Okay? So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says there is no reason. A lot of us fight about the history. That these people did that, those people did that. Allah says they came and they went. Whatever they did was for them. Whatever you do is for you. You will not be questioned. You will not be asked that 500 years ago or 2,000 years ago or 10,000 years ago some nations did this or they did that. You will not be asked. So you need to focus on what today you are doing, because that is what we are going to take back with us to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for our hereafter. Okay? We should not waste our time fighting who did what in the history. A lot of us do that. Okay?
Not understand the situation mainly.
So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says that you will not be asked what they used to do. Okay? That which they used to do. So with this, the first juz of the Quran ended, this last ayat of the first juz. The second juz starts with Sayaqulu Sufaha, and it's a very different topic. So one more time, the topic is that when Prophet ﷺ migrated to Medina, in the beginning he was still praying facing the direction of Baitul Maqdis in Medina. And after some time, about 2 years, because he had a desire that he should face Kaaba instead of Baitul Maqdis, so Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave him the permission to change his direction during the prayers towards Kaaba. So Prophet ﷺ turned towards Kaaba in his prayers, and all the people, Muslims, also turned facing the Kaaba. When that happened, the Jews raised the objection, because they used to worship facing Baitul Maqdis, and Muslims were also facing Baitul Maqdis. Now Muslims cut off from there and turned their direction towards Kaaba. So when it happened, they started making fun. They started saying stupid things about Muslims, that why they change their direction. Okay? So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is saying in this ayat, Sayaqulu Sufaha, the foolish people will say. Minan Nas, among the people, there are some fools who will say, Ma wallahum, what made them change, turn, okay? An qiblatihimul, from that qibla they used to be. Muslim used to face qibla as the Baitul Maqdis, but now they have turned towards Kaaba. So the people are saying, what made them change? Why did they change it? Kanu alayha, they used to be facing the qibla of Baitul Maqdis. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is answering, Qul, say, O Prophet, Lillahil mashriqu wal maghrib, east and west belong to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Allah is not restricted to only Baitul Maqdis. Allah is everywhere. Okay? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is everywhere. Doesn't matter you go in the east or you go in the west. Okay? Because you are worshipping to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So He is East belongs to him and west belongs to him. Yahdi man yasha'u, he guides whomsoever he wills. Ila siratim mustaqim, to a path which is straight. Okay, so this is the answer that was given to those people. Okay, so let's look at the breakdown of the ayats. Okay. Okay, so Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says sayaqulu. So the root letters are qaf, waw and lam, means to say. Okay, yaqulu, put a ya in the beginning. Yaqulu means he says. Yaqulu means he says. Okay? Okay. And when you put a sin in the beginning, sa, this makes it future. So the meaning will be, he will say. Okay, sayaqulu means he will say. Something in the future somebody will say. We use seen for that. Seen makes it a future tense. Sayaqulu, he will say. Okay. Now, then there are three letters: sin, fa, and ha. Okay. This means to be foolish. To be foolish or unwise. If someone is being foolish, we say sin, fa, and ha. Okay? And the word from this is safihun. Safihun. Safihun means a fool. Someone who is a fool person is safih.
What was that?
Safih, safihun. A foolish person is called safihun.
Safihun.
Yeah. A person who is not wise is a fool person. Safihun. Okay? It's
Someone who thinks he knows everything.
hmm?
Someone who thinks he knows everything.
Yeah, typical fool person. And its plural is sufaha. Sufaha. Fools is plural. Sufaha. It's a plural. Okay? And when we put al before that, al means the fools. Those who are fools is al sofaha, but when you read this, the sound of seen will kill the sound of lam. It will be as-sofaha, just like the way you read in the Quran.
Isn't alif, I'm sorry, isn't alif is silent?
Right, when you combine.
Sufaha.
Yeah, when you combine these two together, then this alif is not recited. So you recite lam combining with this seen, it will be sayaqulus sofaha. That's what you're saying, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So when you read together these two words,
But I can say it as-sufaha.
no, you can say, if you want to say, you will say sayaqulu, and then you can say as-sofaha, like
I
this.
can say it either way.
No, but when you're reading it fast, then you have to combine. But for understanding, these are two separate words.
Yeah, I do understand.
So if you are teaching a child, you can tell them that the one word is sayaqulu, the other word is as-sofaha.
Sufaha.
But when you're reading like a tajweed, then you combine them. You say sayaqulu sufaha. Okay?
So Safihun is feminine, right?
No,
No?
it's a foolish person. There's no ta here. This is not a ta. This is ha only. Okay? So this may include both, a male or female.
Safihun means
Foolish person.
foolish person.
A person who is fool. Okay? For a female it will be safihatun.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. But sufaha include both. Okay? So sayaqulu sufaha'u, the fools will say. Okay? So the fools will say. When they will hear that these Muslims have changed the Kaaba, they will say some foolish things. There will be some fool who will say some foolish stuff. Okay? Minan nas, nas means people. Minan nas, among the people. Some people will hear, and among those people, some people will say some foolish things. Okay? So among the people. Among the people. So among all the people, when they will find out that Muslims have turned their direction, some fools among them will start talking something. Okay? What will they say? Ma wallahum. Okay? Okay? Ma means what? Okay? And the other word is Vav, Lam and Ya. Okay? Okay? And if this is three letters, so they belong to Fa'ala. Okay? And if I add one shadda on the middle letter, it will be Fa'ala. This will become Lam shadda. Lam has a shadda and Ya. This means to turn away. Walla means turn away. Vav, Lam and Ya, this means to turn away. Okay? So if I put the Arab on this one, it will be Walla. Means he turned away. Walla means something turned away or somebody turned away. So this is Walla and so what is already there? So I don't need to write he, it will become what turned away. What turned away. And whom means them. Whom means them. And them here are Muslims. Okay? Ma wallahum, what turned them away? The fools will say about Muslims, what is that thing turned them away? Change their direction from Kaaba to from Baitul Maqdis to Kaaba. What was that thing? What was the reason? What happened that they changed their direction? Okay, that is the meaning of Ma wallahum. What has turned them away? and them here is Muslims. Okay. Fools are saying, why Muslim turned away from the Baitul Maqdis. Okay. So this is what turned them away. Okay.
And what about row?
Hmm?
What in?
No, this wow is part of this word. This is not end.
Okay.
More than
This wow
Oh,
is
yeah.
the
it's
part of
the
this. It
side.
is not end.
But the way it read and separate is the vowels always end, right?
Yeah,
So it
yeah.
should combine instead of combine with lam at some point. So that way one word.
Like ma wallahum.
Yeah.
So it
Ma
should,
wallahum. Wallahum means turn them away. There is no end here.
Yeah.
The
I know,
wow,
but-
wow
but-
cannot be
no,
combined.
but the way it read is a vowel is always end. Right?
Always.
It's all,
Yeah.
If you look at 90%,
Yeah.
it starts with
Yes.
end.
Yes.
So people assume that it's always end automatically, unless you know the
Yeah.
language.
So wallah, wow is a part of this word.
Correct.
Okay. So what turned them away? Okay. An qiblatihim allati. Okay. An means from. Okay. An means from. And this word is qiblatun. Qiblatun, and we know this in English also, it's called qibla. This is the direction you face when you pray, it's called qibla. Okay. And home means there.
Oh, it's min or is it an?
This is an.
An. Okay.
Yeah. An is used when you're turning away from something. Turning away from something. Okay. So from means away from something, not
Isn't
towards.
Whom is them?
or them or there.
Oh,
Same meaning. So here it will be qiblatuhum, qiblatihim, their qibla. Okay. First you combine these two. So this will become qiblatuhum. Qiblatuhum, which means their qibla. Okay. The word is qiblatun and hum. So when you combine, only one dhamma is left and it becomes qiblatuhum, which means their qibla, means the qibla of the Muslims. What did change or what turned Muslims away from their own qibla, which means they used to worship towards Baitul Maqdis? What made it change them? Okay. Also, this an is a harf-e-jar. Harf-e-jar, we know what it does. It changes dhamma into a kasra. So that's the reason these words became qiblatihim, not qiblatu anymore. Okay. An has the characteristic. An or min or be, those are called harf-e-jar, prepositions. When the next word has a dhamma, it changes into a kasra. So qiblatu becomes qiblati. Okay. So that is the word in the Quran. From their qibla. Okay. From their qibla. Allati we saw in the beginning. Actually not in this one, so let me tell you what allati is. These are the two words, lazi and lati. Lazi means that, and it is used for masculine. Lati means also that, it is used for feminine. Okay? Lazi, lazi means that, if you're pointing to something, that thing, and if it is a masculine, then you use lazi. If there is something which is feminine, lati. Okay? Now also notice the way I wrote down qiblatun. Qiblatun was written like this. And I pointed out that when you have a ta marbuta like that, this word is a feminine word. So qiblatun is feminine word. That's the reason lati is coming here.
When it's feminine, then it comes
All the feminine grammars.
Okay, I understand.
Okay. So here it means that. Okay. And we just learned this word kanu means they were. Kanu means they were. Okay. And again, ala and ha is written as alayha. Alayha. Ala means upon, and it. Alam is upon, and ham is it. And this is feminine again. Ha is her or it. Okay. So this is where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is saying what these foolish people are saying. They are saying what Muslims made change their direction or qibla, they used to be upon, or they were upon. Like on the previous qibla, which was the Baitul Maqdis, they were upon that qibla, means they used to face that qibla, that direction. They were on that direction. What made them change now? What has made them change to the new direction towards Kaaba? Okay, so they are asking this question, or foolish question. They are making this statement. Why did they change it? Okay. So here Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala answers them. He says, Qul, say, O Prophet, something to them. Answer them. So Qul means say. Li means for, and Allahu is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's name. Okay. So when you combine these two, it becomes Lillahi. Means for Allah. this alif is not recited, so the lam combines with the lam, and lam is a harf-jar, so Allahu becomes Allahi. Lillahi means for Allah. Okay. And this also translated belongs to Allah. Okay. So you can have the meaning for Lillahi means for Allah, or belongs to Allah.
It's the same thing, huh? Lillahi, Lillahu and Lillahi is the same thing, right?
No, when you put a lam here,
In front of the
Allahu changes to Allahi, meaning does not change.
Ah,
Meaning
it's the same
for
thing.
Allah.
I know.
Okay, but the sound will become
If
Lillahi.
I'm finding it correctly, it's like that. On the
This
side.
is the correct one.
Okay.
Because sound changes, meaning does not change. So, Lillahi means belongs to Allah or for Allah. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is saying to Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, say to these people, belongs to Allah. What belongs to Allah? Al-Mashriq and Al-Maghrib. The east and the west. Mashriq means east and Maghrib means west. The east
Bless you.
and the west. And here wow means and. Okay. So what is being said here that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is everywhere. He is in the east and also He is in the west. Okay. So if we are facing certain like building, Kaaba or Baitul Maqdis, we are actually praying to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. We are not praying to the Kaaba or to the Baitul Maqdis. It's just we are facing in the direction, but Allah is everywhere. Allah is in the east and Allah is in the west. So everything belongs to Allah. Okay?
Lam of Lillah is a harf jar. Should it not have brought in Mashriqi wal Maghribi? Lillahi.
No, but these two are the same harf jar is changing those. Al-Mashriqu.
Should have Mashriqi.
No, the word is no, in the Quran the word is Mashriqu. Okay, so in this case it is not changing, it's just stopping there. So the actual word is Mashriqu and Maghribu.
There is no effect of.
There's no effect of this one, yeah. Belongs to. So this harf jar stops here and it has no effect on those two. Al-Mashriqu but the word is Mashriqun and Maghribun. Okay. Sharaka and Gharaba. So Mashriqun and Maghribun, when you put in Al, it becomes Al-Mashriqu and Al-Maghribu. The east and the west.
Maybe that's why it's not changing. Because Al came first and.
If it was not belonging to something, if there was like a B, then all of them will be affected. All the nouns after that will be affected.
So they should put a period or comma, so that way the hafizkhan is not. So
Well,
after Allah,
in
right?
Arabic, there are no punctuations.
Correct, yeah.
So you have to understand what's being said. So that's the reason in the Quran they have started putting these jim and ta and all these. These are for just help to recite. They are not part of the Quran.
So Jim, that means stop here.
There are all of these with some options. You can stop and you cannot stop.
Okay.
Okay? But there are some places that you have definitely to stop. Okay? And there is some preferences. Okay? So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala saying, O Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, tell these people, that east and west belong to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Yahdi man yasha'u. Okay? So these root letters are ha, dal and ya. This means to guide. Okay? Yahdi means he guides. Yahdi means he guides. Means Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala guides. He guides.
So he is Allah.
He is Allah. Allah guides. Okay? Man means whoever. This means whoever. Or whomsoever. Okay. Okay, Yasha'u means he wills. So when we say inshallah, Sha means he wills, or he wants, or he desires. So Yasha means he wills. When we say inshallah, Sha means willing. Okay? Yasha, he wills. Whomsoever he wants to guide, he guides. Okay? Okay. And ila means to. And these words that we recite every day, siratun and mustaqimun. Mustaqimun. Ehdina sirat al-mustaqim we recite every day. So ehde is also yahdi, he guides. So siratun means path, and mustaqim is straight. Okay. So actual word is siratun, which means path, and the word is mustaqimun. Mustaqimun means straight. Okay. And when you put ila, ila means to. Okay. Ila is a harf jar. So what it does, it changes these two dhammas into two kasras. So this becomes siratim and this becomes mustaqimin. Okay.
So the root word is ka, wow, mim.
Okay, so this one?
Yeah.
Yes, the root letters are qaf, waw and mim. Okay, this means to stand. Okay. Okay. So this is bab fa'ala. Okay. And this word comes out of this bab, which is called bab istafala. Istafala becomes istaqama. Istaqama means to be straight. Mustaqim means something which is straight. So this is bab number 10. And bab number 10 which make it istaqama. And istaqama gives mustaqim, straight. Okay. So siratim, siratin, mustaqim, but when you read this together, you pronounce, instead of noon, you pronounce mim, siratim mustaqim. Okay. To path, straight. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says He guides whomsoever He wants to the straight path. Okay? And that's the dua we ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Ihdina as-siratal mustaqim. Ihdina, guide us to this sirat mustaqim. So Allah says Allah guides whomsoever He wants to this sirat mustaqim, to this straight path. Okay? So inshallah we'll stop here. So inshallah we'll go ahead and start. We will do ayah number 143 of Surah Al-Baqarah today inshallah. This is the second ayat of the second juz of the Quran. Sayaqulu Sufaha, that ayat we did last time. In this ayat Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala talks about the Muslim nation and Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So we'll just do a brief translation. Bismillahir-Rahmanir-Rahim. وَكَذَلِكَ جَعَلْنَاكُمْ. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, and thus we made you. And we made you, we is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and you, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is addressing Muslims. Ummatan, a nation. Wasatan, a middle nation. A balanced nation, a moderate nation. Okay? لِتَكُونُوا شُهَدَاءَ, so that you may become the witnesses. Okay? عَلَى النَّاسِ, against the people. Okay? وَيَكُونَ الرَّسُولُ, and the Prophet may become shahidan, a witness. Alaykum shuhada, shahidan, a witness against you. Okay? Wama ja'alna al-qiblata allati, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says that we did not make the qibla kunta alayha, that you were before, illa lina'alama, so we may know, we may find out, man yattabi'ur rasula, that who follows the Prophet. Okay, remember last time we studied that the qibla direction was changed and the people were asking why. So those who believed in Prophet ﷺ, they did not ask the question, they also turned their direction of qibla along with him. So here Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, so Allah may find out that who is following the Prophet and he is going against the Prophet. Mimma yanqalibu ala aqibai, from him who turns away on his heels. Those people who were hypocrites and others, they will not follow the Prophet in this changing of the qibla, but they will turn around on their heels. Okay? وَإِنْ كَانَتْ لَكَبِيرَةً, Allah says that this is a very hard thing, this was a very difficult thing. إِلَّا عَلَى الَّذِينَ هَدَى اللَّهِ, except for those people whom Allah guided. And then Allah says, وَمَا كَانَ اللَّهُ لِيُضِيعَ إِيمَانَكُمْ, Allah is not such that He will waste your beliefs. Okay? Inna Allah, indeed Allah, bin nasi, with the people, la ra'ufur rahim, is very kind and merciful. Okay? So this is the simple translation. And now let's look at the meaning of that. The first word is wakazalika. Kadalika means, wa means and kazalika means such, okay? Or such that. Okay? Then the next word starts with these letters, Jim, Ain, and Lam. The meaning is to make. Ja'ala means to make. Okay? And from the grammar, if we put a na at the end of these three letters, it becomes we did something. Okay? Plural. So ja'alna will be we made. Ja'alna, from here, Ja'alna means we made. And we is here Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Okay? And kum means you, plural. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, wa ja'alnakum, when you combine these two, we made you. Okay? We is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and you are the people here, those who believe. Okay? So wa kazalika ja'alnakum, and such that we made you. Okay? So this is and such that we made you. Now, made you also means we appointed you, or we gave you the status. Okay? Made you means we appointed you, or we brought to that position. Okay? Ummatan wasatan. Okay? Ummatan is the word from ummatun. Ummatun means nation.
So Ja means we, and then A means...
No, ja'alna means we made.
We
Ja'alna.
Just put this one in. He's missing
Okay.
it right here.
So,
The
if you remember that we have these three
Lam
letters,
and B. If you-
Fa, Ain and Lam, means to do. If we write down Fa'alna, means we did. So by putting an and na at the end, it makes the grammar of the past tense. Okay? So the words are ja'ala, so it will be ja'alna. Okay? Ummatun wasatun. So there are two words actually. Ummatun. Ummatun means nation. And wasatun means middle. Okay? Wasatun, the original words always end up with the two dhammas. So it is ummatun is the original word. And wasatun is the original word. Wasatun means middle. Wast is the middle of something. And ummatun means the nation or a group of people. Okay? Now both of these are noun. Okay? And noun, they are coming after the verb here. Okay? So when noun comes after the verb, its dhammas to change into a kasra. Both kasras. So this word will become ummatan. That is what the word is in the Quran. And this will become wasatan. Okay? So this will become wasatan. Okay? Now, whenever we write any letter with two fathas, we always add an alif there, like that.
But it didn't become a kasra. It became a fatah.
Fatha, yes. Kasra becomes if it's a harf jar before that.
Okay.
Okay? But the rule is that if you have, let's go over there, because there are many words coming right now. Ja'alna means we made, right?
Yeah.
Okay? So now we is the doer. Okay? And this is file, in Arabic called file. Okay? Made is the verb. Okay? So this is fail. Okay? And next word is ummatun. Okay? This is maf'ul or object, right? So whenever it comes like an object, maf'ul,
It's a noun, right?
it's a noun,
Yeah.
but when it comes in the object position as a maf'ul, then it two dhammas change into two fathas. Okay, so that's the rule. This is a complete sentence. It has a doer, it has an action, and it has something that is being worked on. Okay? File, fail, maf'ul. So when all three things are present, then this is a complete verbal sentence. And in that sentence, this word changes to dhammas, to fathas here.
But if it's right in alone, it's not.
No, then it is
So
not going to change. It has
not
to be in
changing.
this combination.
Okay.
Okay? So ummatun becomes ummatan and wasatun becomes wasatan. Because this is also a noun. Ummatan, wasatan means middle nation.
Is that because of a preposition
No,
the
no.
word make?
No, no
Because-
preposition. It's just the rule that if it is coming as an object,
Okay.
then object changes to dhammas to fathas.
Okay.
And here are two objects.
Okay.
One is ummatun, one is wasatun. Okay, middle nation. So both of them will change to fathas. So it becomes ummatan, wasatan, middle nation. Now, middle nation has several meanings. Middle nation means a balanced nation, a moderate nation, more moderate people. No extreme on one side or no extreme on the other side. Okay? And also it came in a time when a lot of other nations had come in this world and gone, and a lot of other people will come after this nation. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gives the definition to this nation by saying, you are a middle nation, a balanced nation. Okay? Ummatan wasatan. Now, after defining giving the definition of this ummat, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is mentioning what is your purpose now. Why have you been sent in this world? Okay, so that is the next few words Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is mentioning.
I think wasatan is like a adjective rather than noun.
It will be adjective, but it is actually the noun also. It is defining the nation. So next words are litakunu shuhada'a 'alan nas. Let's look at those four words. Okay. So li takunu. Li takunu is made of two parts. Li is a separate and takunu is a separate word. Okay? And then next word is shuhada. And then you have Allah, which is alan nas. Okay? Alan nas. So let's look at these words here. The first word takunu starts with these letters kaf, waw and noon, and this means to be. Okay. Kaf, waw, noon, like in English, to be. Okay. Now, if you remember the rule, if you put a ta in the beginning and guna at the end, if you have three letters, fa, ayn and lam, and you put ta in the beginning and guna at the end, becomes present tense of second person. Taf'aluna. Taf'aluna means you do. Okay? Taf'aluna, you do. So if we do the same thing here, it will become takununa. Okay? Takununa. Takununa means you are. Are is the present and you is the plural. Takununa means you are or you will be. Okay? So word takununa is the full word. Takununa will be written like that. Takununa. Takununa means you are.
Question: when do we know we put the dhamma or fathara on the top of each word? Let's say you put in the dhamma, you put fathara.
Okay.
That's
so and
You
the
know what I'm
question is
talking-
very good. Okay, look here. You have fa, and lam, right?
correct.
So the word is taf'aluna, right? So I'm going to write down this one thing here. Okay. Taf'aluna, right? That's how taf'aluna is written, right? So this ta is combining with this fa with the sukoon or a jasm. So sound is tough, right? Now, look here, okay? You have ta here, and if I have these three letters, kaf, vav, and noon, and then I have a guna, right? Okay. Now, if I apply the grammar here, the Arab here, this will be fatah here. This will be sukoon, right?
Yeah.
Then third one will be fatah and dhamma, right? Okay. So it will be takwanuna. Okay. Now what happens in this is a weak letter.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Change that.
So they go back. The sound of this vowel
And
goes on kaf.
I see. Okay.
So now it is easy to pronounce.
Yeah.
Try to pronounce takwanuna compared to takununa. Which one is easy to pronounce? Takununa, right? Na? So for that, this you are just changing this to that thing. But because it's a wow, wow goes with dhamma. Okay, so it's all a speech to make a speech on the tongue.
Alright.
So this word becomes takununa.
Okay.
The grammar is still same. Okay. So now what I wanted to point out is that takununa means you are. Okay. Now grammatically we are going to do two things. If you put in a lam with a kasra here,
Why did it become takuluna? Why did the lam come there?
No, there is no lam.
Takununa, right?
yeah, this is noon, not
Oh,
lam.
okay.
Yeah, this is noon. Okay, this is nukta here.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Now, if I put a lam in the beginning, and if I remove the noon from here, it becomes a different word. And the meaning becomes you may. Or you may be. Okay. So, takununa means you are, present tense. And by putting a li means so that. Li means so that. We say take. Okay. So that. And if you remove so, the meaning will be so that you may be. It becomes a conditional statement. So that you may be, or you may become. So that's how we bring the concept of may. Conditional statement. Yeah, shayad ke. Take or shayad ke. So this is the rule of the grammar, that when you put lam with a kasra, which means so that, or maybe that, then this becomes a conditional statement. It is not anymore you are. It becomes a you may. Okay? And noon has to be dropped. Okay? So, litakunu means so that you may become, or so that you may be. Okay? So, it's become a conditional statement. So, the meaning is that so that you may be. So we made you a middle nation. We made you a middle nation, so you may be. You may do something by having that honor that you may go and do something. Okay? And what is that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala wants us to do? Shuhada'a ala nas. Okay? Shuhada, let's look at this word. So Sheen, Ha and Dal are the root letters. This means to witness. Okay. Sheen, Ha and Dal is to witness. Okay. Shahidun is the witness. A person who is a witness is called Shahidun. Shahidun means as a witness. One who testifies. Okay? Witness person. Okay?
And Shahada is testimony?
Yes, shahadat is testimony or witnessing. Okay? Its plural is shuhada. Its plural is shuhada. So this is one person. Shuhada'u is witnesses, plural. Witnesses is plural. So you may become a witnesses. Okay? Now also notice that this is a shuhada, over is a dhamma here. Okay? The same rule we just learned that if it comes after the fail file, maful, it becomes fatah here. So just like ummatun became ummatan, dhamma changed to fatah. Here also the same thing will happen. So the word in the Quran is shuhada'a. Okay? And also because this is Hamza, the alif before that should be read with the long stretching, mad. Okay? So you should pronounce shuhada'a. Okay? So witnesses. So people may come, those who believe may come witnesses, or they can testify. Okay? Then the word is alan nasi. Okay? Nasun means pupil. Nasun means pupil. Qul a'udhu bi rabbin nas, that means people. Okay? An-nas, we put in an al before that. This becomes the pupil. And it is pronounced as an-nasu, not al-nasu, because noon is a shamsi letter. So it sounds an-nasu. Qul a'udhu bi rabbin nas. Nas. An-nas. Okay? So this word, when you put al before that, one dhamma goes away and it is sounded as an-nasu. Okay? So this word becomes an-nasu. The pupil. Okay? And ala is a harf-jar. Harf-jar changes the last letter from dhamma to a kasra. Now ala has many meanings. Ala means upon or on. Okay?
Yeah.
But whenever you testify, you witness against something. So here Allah will be translated as against the people. Okay? So the meaning will be against people. So what is the ayat saying? Ayat is saying that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala wants to make this nation a middle nation, so it can invite people towards the guidance. And if people don't follow, then on the day of judgment, you will be a witness against them, that you invited them towards the message of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and they did not believe. So it's a responsibility. It's a duty that has been given to this ummah of making it middle nation, moderate nation, a responsible nation, and their job is to be witnesses against those people who do not follow the message. So it's a very big responsibility. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is saying that is the reason we made you a middle nation, gave you the honor that you can be witnesses against people. Okay? And now what happens? The next part says that your prophet will now be a witness against you. Because if you did not do your job, then your messenger will testify against you that he left the Quran with you and the deen with you and you did not do anything with that. Okay? So it's a responsibility which is being passed on. Okay? So, وَيَكُونَ الرَّسُولُ. So let's look at that part. Okay? وَيَكُونُ. وَيَكُونَ الرَّسُولُ عَلَيْكُمْ شَهِيدًا. Shaheedan. Okay. Now, Wa means and this is for one person. He may be. Yakununa was for the plural. This one, takuna, you, plural. And yakuna, so for one person. He may be. He is who here? A Rasul. So the Rasul may be. Alaikum, against you. Shaheedan, witness. Shaheed is one witness. Okay? Because he is one person. So that's the reason Shaheed is coming here for one person. You are many, so Shohada is coming. Okay? Because you are a whole nation and Prophet is only one Prophet. Prophet Sallallahu. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says that وَيَكُونَ الرَّسُولُ, and Rasul, Prophet Sallallahu, may be or may become, just like you may become against the people. If you did not do your job, then he may be against you. You means all you. That's the reason it's a kum. Kum is plural. So this is against. And kum means you. And you means you all. This ummat. You is pointing to the whole nation. All the people of this ummat. So he may be a witness against you. So he is the first person. He left the Quran and the book with you, and then he left Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave you a responsibility of making you a middle nation, and your job is to invite people. Okay? If you did your job, you invited people, then on the day of judgment, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will bring you in front of those who did not accept the message, and you will be a witness against them. If you did not do your job, then on the day of judgment, Prophet ﷺ will be a witness against you. Okay? So you have no way out. We have no way out. Okay? Either we do the job, and on the day of judgment we will be witnesses, or we don't do our job, and on the day of judgment we will be guilty. Okay, and someone else will testify against us. Okay? So this is what the meaning. وَيَكُونَ الرَّسُولُ عَلَيْكُمْ شَهِيدًا. And Prophet may be against you. A witness. Okay. So after saying this, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala goes back to the first ayat of this juz, where the direction of the qibla was changed. Okay. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, وَمَا جَعَلْنَا. Okay. Now we just learned this word ja'alna. Ja'alna means we made. Okay. Ja'alna, we made. Ma means negative. We did not make. Ma means it makes the sentence negative. So ma ja'alna, we did not make. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, وَمَا جَعَلْنَا, and we did not make. And we did not make. What did he not make? Qibla. Okay, the direction. Okay, so this is just word the qibla here. Then the word is allati kunta alayha Okay, allati means that, and that here is qibla. Allati, that is pointing to the qibla, that. And again, going to these three letters, kaf, wa, noon, to be. Kunta means you were. Kunta means you were. Okay. And this follows the grammar. Fa'alta. Fa'ala means to do. Fa'alta means you did. Okay. So fa'ala, these are the root letters. And fa'alta means you did. Okay. So if you apply that rule here, this will become ka vanta. Ka vanta. Just same Arab here. Okay. So all I'm doing is instead of fa, ain and lam, I'm substituting kaf, waw and noon. So it becomes kavanta. But this waw is a weak letter here. It drops out. But it changes its sound on kaf. So it will become kunta. Kunta means you were. Okay? Kunta, you were. Ala means upon. Upon it. Ha means it. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is saying, now here Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is talking to Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. In this part of the ayat, وَمَا جَعَلْنَا الْقِبْلَةَ الَّتِي كُنْتَ عَلَيْهَا. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is addressing Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam by saying, وَمَا جَعَلْنَا, and we did not make. Qibla, that qibla, allati kunta alayha, that you were upon. Means he was what he was upon before? He was facing the Baitul Maqdis. That was the original Qibla. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says that that was the first Qibla that we had made it for you. Okay? That's what it means, that we did not make that Qibla that you were upon. First time we made that Qibla for you, and now we change the Qibla. Okay? By changing the Qibla, what is the intention of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala here? So we may find out who is going to follow you. That is the intent in this ayah, that we change the Qibla for you. Now, among the people who are following you, we want to find out who is sincere, who is not sincere. Who is going to change Qibla along with you, and who is going to start criticizing you. Who is going to start saying foolish things. Sayaqulu sufaha. People will say foolish things. So who is going to oppose you, and who is going to say foolish things, and who is not going to follow you? So we want to separate people, munafiqeen and hypocrites and Jews and all those who were with you before. Now it will be hard for them to accept the change of the Qibla. So we will find out who is sincere, who is not sincere. Okay? So that is what it is. Allati kunta alayha, that you were upon. You were upon it. Okay, so now next few words are illa lina'alama man yattabi'ur rasula. So those 5 words, let's translate them together. Okay. Illa means except. Illa means except. Okay. Now ain, lam and mim means to know. Okay. Ilm is knowledge. Okay. Na'alamu means we know. Na'alamu means we know. Naf'alu means we do. Na'alamu means we know. Okay. Now the same rule is going to apply if I put a lam with a kasra. This may be so that. So that. Okay, just like in litakunu, we put a lam before, it becomes a maybe conditional statement. Okay. Same thing here. In this case, it is for one person. I mean, it's a singular present tense. There is no noon, so this will become fatah. So that we may know. It's become we may know.
So li is also accept.
No, illa. Illa means accept.
Oh yeah, for.
Li also means for.
Yeah, for.
Yeah. But when it comes in this combination, it makes a conditional, maybe. So we saw the same thing in litakunu, it came and it may made. So you may, or here it is we may. And we is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, so we may know. So we may find out. So that we may find out. Okay? We change the Qibla. Now our intention is so we may find out who is following the Prophet and who is not following the Prophet. Okay? So it's a conditional. So except that, except so that we may know. Okay? So that we may know. What is that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala wants to know? Man yattabi'ur rasula. Man means who? Man means who. Okay? And the word ittiba'un means to follow. Okay? It is from the root letters ta, ba and and it means to follow. Ittiba, we use commonly that word, ittiba'ur rasul, following of the Prophet. Okay? So this is the word. Yattabi'u means he follows. Okay? Yattabi'u means he follows. Man will make it who follows. Who follows who? The Prophet. We want to know who will follow the Prophet now. Who will go with the Prophet now. Man yattabi'u, who follows the Prophet. So we may know who is going to follow the Prophet. We change the qibla, we change the direction, so we may know who may follow the Prophet. And the second part says, from those people who are going to turn around, turn on their heels. So there will become two groups of people. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala wants to find out both people. One group is that who is going to follow the Prophet. The other group of the people is they are going to turn back on their heels and go away. Okay? So that is the second part of the ayat, which is Mimmay yanqalibu ala aqibai. Let's look at these four words. The meaning of these four words is that those who will turn away and go away. Okay? So let's look at those words. Mimman. First one is mim. Man. Min man. Okay? This is together written as mim man. Min means from, man means who. Okay. Mimman, from who, or from those. Okay. Mimman means from whom or from those. Okay.
It says mimman, not min.
Right. So
not
when
min.
you pronounce this together,
Changes.
the sound of the noon changes into another meme, sound of another meme. So it becomes mim man. Okay, so this sound changes into like a meme here. No, mim man,
Oh yeah.
meme, sound of meme. Because noon is
So that's
this.
silent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So min and man will become mim man. So obviously this meme is this noon sound of meme onna here, not from the nose.
Yeah.
But mim man means from whom or from those. Okay. So better English is from those or from him. So one person or okay. Okay, next word is qaf, lam and ba. This means to turn. Qaf, lam and ba means to turn. Qalb is what we call the heart. Why do we call it a qalb? It's from this, because it keeps turning. Okay? It doesn't sit quiet, it keeps turning. So that's the reason we call it a qalbun, qalb. But the meaning is to turn. Okay. Yanqalibu means he turns. Yaf'alu, fa'ala means to do. Yaf'alu, when you put a ya in the beginning and pronounce like yaf'alu, means he does. Okay. So if you put a ya in the beginning, here, actually one more thing. Yeah. So qalaba means to turn. Okay. And another grammar will make inqalaba. Inqalaba. It's from inqalab. What is inqilab? Inqilab is completely turning over. Revolution, inqilab, is where everything is turned over. The old system is totally destroyed and new system comes in place.
Inqilab?
Inqilab, revolution in English, means something, old system goes away, new system comes. So it's completely switching around. Okay? So inqalaba means to completely to turn around. Turn around.
Or over, turn around or over, it's the same thing.
Turn mostly around, So a person who is not going to follow the Prophet, he is going to turn around and go away. Okay? So that is, yanqalibu means he turns around. Yanqalibu, because you have to put a ya in the beginning. So this word becomes yanqalibu. He turns around. Okay? Or because we already have from him, who turns around. Okay? Now the word aqi bayni. Aqi bayni is heels. These two heels we are called aqi bayni. Aqi bayni. And qaf, ba, and yani. Aqi bayni means two heels of a person. Okay? When you put a who, means his. Okay. In Arabic, when these two words are put together, noon is not sounded here. So it becomes aqibaihi, which means his two heels. His heels. So what is the definition when we say he turned on his heels? In the English we use the same word. He turned away on his heels, which means he completely turned around, went away. Okay? So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says we want to know who is going to turn away on his heels, means go away. And who is going to stay with the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and who is the person who is going to completely turn around and go away. So Allah aqibai means, Allah means upon, aqibai means his heels. Now Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says that for those people who are not going to follow, it will be very difficult for them to stay with the Prophet. They will turn around and go away. But those who follow the Prophet, it will be very easy for them. Okay? So the word lakabiratan means difficult. Kabiratan means very difficult. Okay?
Like Kabira means big.
Kabir means big.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kabiratun means difficult. Okay. Kabir means big, very big. Very big thing means very difficult thing. Okay. So Kabiratun is the word. Okay. So in wa in kanat, and this is not. Let's look at this one. Wa in kanat, and in means not. Kanat means was, and it was not. It actually it was. It's better. Kana means to be. Kanat means was, and it was not. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, "Wa in kanat," and it was not. La kabiratan, very difficult, very hard. It was not hard. It was not difficult. Illa, except those people. Who are those people? Allazina hadallah, to whom Allah guided. Okay? So this is not a difficult thing to do, changing the qibla. For those people who were guided, it was very easy for them. Okay? So here, wa in kanat, and it was not. In means not. Kanat means it was. Okay? La kabirat means difficult. Illa means except. These are the common words. Allah means upon.
Kabiratan or just Kabir? Kabiratan. Oh, Kabiratan.
It's a kabiratun is the actual word. Okay. La means surely. La is the lam to emphasize. Definitely it was difficult. And because in is not in, it was not difficult.
So we cannot translate in as if.
Not when it comes with illa. If it comes with Allah, then it has to be translated as not. In has two meanings. In means if, but when it comes with illa, then it is not. It was not difficult except. It was not difficult except alal lazina, upon those people. Who are those people? Hadallah. Allah guided. Allah gave hidayat. Okay, so let's look at these. Allazina means those. And ha dal ya means to guide. Okay.
Hadaya.
Hidayat, guidance. Okay. Hadallah, Allah guided. So those people whom Allah guided, it was not a difficult thing for them. That they easily switched their qibla, their direction, along with Prophet ﷺ when the command came to change the direction of the qibla from Baitul Maqdis towards Kaaba. Okay? Allah guided. Okay? Vama kana Allahu. Va ma kana Allahu. Vama kana Allahu. Va means and, ma means not, and kana means is. Okay, he is. Okay, kana means is or was. Okay, so Allah is not such that. It will be, if I say few extra words, here it means Allah is not. right? But the full word, full meaning will be Allah is not such that. Allah is not such that. Okay? And not is Allah such. Okay?
Such that, or like that.
Or like that, yeah. Or like that. Yeah. So you can put down. Like that. Okay. Yudi'u is from Ziyad, Zaid. Da'i is to waste something. Zai kar dena. Da'i se we speak dua. It means to waste something. Okay. Okay. Yudi'u means he wastes something. And li means so that he will waste some. He will waste. Li means so that. Allah is not such that or so that. Yudi'u, he will waste. He will waste imanakum, your faith. Means those people who had already believed and they had turned around with Prophet ﷺ, turned in the new direction of the Qibla. Allah is saying that. One more thing also. Some people started thinking that all the prayers that we had done until the direction was changed, was that wasted?
Yeah, that's.
You know, because we were facing Baitul Maqdis and we have been praying for many, many years until the new command came and was all our prayers were wasted. We were facing the wrong direction. Allah says, no, Allah is not such that He will waste your iman. Okay? So whatever worship and prayers you have done in the different direction of Qibla, those are accepted. That's what one of the meanings is, that Allah is not such that He will waste your faith. Okay? So li yudiya means so that He will waste. Imanakum, your faith. Kum means your or you, your faith. Okay? And rest of the words are very straightforward. Inna means surely. Okay? Allah, surely Allah. Now also notice that whenever I mention, I say that the name, the original word is Allahu. Okay? Allahu is the word. Okay? Inna changes Allah. Inna has the characteristics that whenever it comes before a noun, it changes Dhamma to a Fatah. So, Inna Allaha. Inna Allaha ala kulli shayin qadir. Inna Allaha.
So why is it? I know you told me that, but
It's the characteristics of this word Inna.
okay. Oh, okay. So
Harf Inna changes its noun to a Fatah.
so always if it's
And whenever there is Inna and after that there is a noun,
yeah.
then it will change into a Fatah.
That's
Okay.
a rule.
Last.
Yeah, that's a
Okay.
rule.
Okay. Inna. So Inna Allah, indeed Allah. Okay. Again, bin Nasi, we just saw that. Alan Nasi or bin Nasi. B means with. B means with. Indeed Allah with the pupil. Bin nasi means with the pupil. With the pupil. Okay. Rauf means kind. Raufun means kind. And lam is the lam at-ta'keed, which means it emphasizes. Definitely he's kind. Okay. So this lam here is called lam at-ta'keed. It means surely, or definitely, or indeed. And this means kind. And rahimun means merciful. Okay. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is indeed kind and merciful with the people. Okay.
It's almost the same as when the Christians become Muslims. They think perhaps that by becoming Muslims, of course, there's a clean slate. They start fresh, but they think that their good deeds before, while they were being Christians, will be wasted. They'll still be given to them, or rewarded, even though they become.
Yeah.
Double the reward they will be given. God says in Quran.
Yeah. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala forgives the shirk they did.
The shirk.
But other good deed they did,
Be
Allah
continued.
subhanahu wa ta'ala with His mercy can reward them. Okay. So inshallah we'll stop here. This was a big ayat.
Jazakumullah.
May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala accept this from us. So inshallah we'll go and start. So we will do one ayat of Surah Al-Baqarah, 144. And this ayat is still about the change of the direction of Qibla. Okay? And so we'll just do a first simple translation inshallah, and then we'll understand it. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajeem. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, قَدْ نَرَى تَقَلُّبَ وَجْهِكَ فِي السَّمَاءِ. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is here talking to Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Now, before the direction of the Qibla was changed from Baitul Maqdis to Kaaba, Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam had this desire that it should be changed. He wanted to pray in the direction of Kaaba, so he was expecting that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will permit him to change the direction of the Qibla. So he would look up towards the sky and hope that the command will come from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the order will come. So this ayat talks about that. It says, قَدْ نَرَى, we are seeing, or we saw. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, we saw تَقَلُّبَ, turning, وَجْهِكَ فِي السَّمَاءِ, your face towards the skies, towards the sky. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, we are seeing that you keep turning your face towards the sky. فَلَنُوَلِّيَنَّكَ, so we will definitely change for you. We will turn for you. قِبْلَةً, the direction of the Qibla, تَرْضَاهَا, that one which pleases you. Which means what pleases you is that you want to have the direction of the Qibla towards Kaaba, so we will do it for you. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is saying we will do it. Then after that, it is the order of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala when He says fawalli. So now turn. Now turn wajhaka, your face, shatral masjidil haram, towards the direction of Masjidul Haram, which is the Kaaba. Masjidul Haram is Kaaba. Okay. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, now turn. So this is the order, this is the command, that now you can turn your direction towards Masjid al-Haram, which is the direction of Kaaba and Makkah. Then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, this order is for Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. After that, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is addressing all the Muslims. وَحَيْثُ مَا كُنْتُمْ, and wherever you are. وَحَيْثُ مَا كُنْتُمْ, and wherever you are. فَوَلُّوا وُجُوهَكُمْ, you turn your faces. Shatrahu, towards its direction, towards Kaaba. So wherever, any part of the world you are, any part of the land you are, just turn your faces towards Kaaba. It is not that only when you are in Medina you have to turn, but wherever you are, turn your faces towards Kaaba. Then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, وَإِنَّ الَّذِينَ أُوتُوا الْكِتَابَ, and indeed to those people to whom the book was given. Utul Kitab means the book was given, which means people of the Torah and Injil. La ya'lamuna, they definitely know. Annahul haqqu min rabbihim, this is the truth from your Lord. This changing of the direction is the truth, al-haq, from your Lord. And then Allah says, وَمَاللَّهُ بِغَافِلٍ, and Allah is not unaware. Ghafil is unaware. Amma ya'malun, whatever they are doing, or whatever they do, Allah knows, Allah is aware of those things. Okay, so this is the simple translation. So now let's look at some of the ayats, of the meanings of those. So the first word is qad. Qad means indeed or surely. Indeed, surely. Okay. Then the next word is Ra, Hamza and Ya. This means to see. Ra, Khalif with the Hamza, and Ya. These are the root letters. It means to see. Okay. Now, if, for example, if you have these three letters, Fa, Ain, and Lam, this means to do. Okay. And if you put a noon in the beginning and sound like naf'alu, naf'alu means we do. So by putting a noon in the beginning, brings the meaning of we do. Okay? So if we do the same thing here, put that noon in the beginning, this word will become nara. Okay? So if we put a noon in the beginning and make the sound correctly, this will become nara and will be written like that. Nara means we see. So by putting a noon in the beginning makes the grammar of we do. So Ra means to see, and this will become we see. And who is here we? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So Allah says that surely we see. Surely we see. Qad nara means definitely, indeed, surely we are seeing it, or we see. Okay, so Allah is saying we see it. What is that we see here? Are the next few words. In surely we see. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, surely we see. Then the word after that is the Quran. Okay, so we're going to go back. Qalaba means to turn. Okay. Now the word.
Like kalpa is hard, right?
Yeah, because heart keeps turning. That's the reason we call it heart. Okay. Okay. So taqalluba means turning. Taqalluba means turning. Okay. taqalluba means turning. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, we see turning. Something is turning, and Allah says, we see what is turning. Okay? So this is, we see turning. Okay? Now the next word after that is wajhun. Wajhun means face, and ka means your face. Ka means your. Okay. So wajhun means the face of a person. Let's see if I turn the microphone. Okay. So going back to that, wajhun means the face of a person. Okay. Face of a person is called wajhun. And ka means you. So when we combine wajhun and ka, the rule is that one dhamma goes away, so it becomes wajhuka. Wajhuka means your face. Okay? Now, taqalluba, wajhuka, these two by combination are like Abdullah, mudaf, mudaf ilayh. So this also changes dhamma to a kasra. So wajhuka becomes wajhika. We have done this in the past, and right now I'm not going to do. But wajhika meaning does not change. Only the effect of this taqalluba makes it wajhika. Means your face. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is saying to Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, definitely, surely, we are seeing your face is turning. We are seeing your face turning. Okay? So, your face turning. Okay? Now, let's do two more words, and then I'll go back and explain what this means. Next two words are fis samai. Okay? So fi one of the meaning is toward. Okay? And samaun means sky. Samaun means sky. Okay? And if I put al before that, al means the. Okay? When we put an al before any noun, two dhammas change into one dhamma, so this will become al sama'u. So this will become al sama'u. Okay? The sky. Okay? Also, when you read lam and sin in this order, then sin is a shamsi letter, so it kills the sound of lam, and sound of sin becomes twice. So this becomes as-sama'u. Okay? In recitation, it is as-sama'u. Now when you put a fi before that, fi is a harf-jar. Harf-jar, what it does, it changes this to a kasra. So sama'u becomes sama'i. That's the word in the Quran. Fis sama'i means toward sky, toward the sky. Towards the sky. So what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is saying that قَدْ نَرَى تَقَلُّبَ, surely we see, we are seeing turning your face towards the sky. Okay, what does it mean? Before the direction of the Qibla was changed from Baitul Maqdis to Kaaba in Medina, Prophet ﷺ had this utmost desire that he should face Kaaba instead of Baitul Maqdis when he was performing the prayer. So he had this desire and he was hoping that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will honor his desire, will permit him, give him permission to switch his direction of prayer from the direction of Baitul Maqdis towards the direction of the Kaaba. So with this desire, Prophet ﷺ kept looking towards the sky, like the order of Allah will come anytime. Okay? So Allah says, we are seeing that you keep turning your face towards the sky. Okay? Hoping that you will receive our permission. So we are seeing, we are not that, we are ignoring, but we keep seeing, you keep doing that. You are wishing, you are desiring that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gives the permission so he can start praying towards the direction of Kaaba instead of the direction of Baitul Maqdis. So this is a statement that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is telling Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. After this, from this point up to next 3 words, فَلَنُوَلِّيَنَّكَ قِبْلَةً تَرْضَاهَا. In these 3 words, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is saying, we are going to definitely allow you. We are going to permit you to change your direction towards a qibla which you like, which is the Kaaba. Okay? So let's look at these 3 words where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is telling Prophet, we are going to give you permission. Okay? So this one word, فَلَنُوَلِّيَنَّكَ, looks like a big word. It is a big word, but it is made of several small words. Okay, so I'm going to write down them separately. There is a fa, which is a separate letter. Okay. Then there is a lam, which is a separate meaning. Okay. Then this is a no wal li. No walli is a separate one. Then there is a noon with shadda, and then there is a kaf. So these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 words are in this one word. This is made of 5 different words, and they all have different meanings. But in Arabic, all of them can be combined and read like this: "Falanuwalliyannaka." Okay. So now the first one, fa means so. Fa means so. Okay. Lam here with the fatha, this is called lam-e-taqeed or lam-e-taqeed. Lam-e-taqeed means surely. Whenever lam-e-taqeed is written like this with the fatha, one of the meaning is indeed, surely. Taqeed, taqeed means to emphasize about something. Okay, so that's one. Okay. This last one means you. Okay. You means Prophet ﷺ here. Okay. Also, this noon with a shadda. Noon with a shadda, this is called noon-e-taqeed also. Noon-e-taqeed, this also means surely. So in Arabic, there are two letters here. A lam with a fatha and noon with a shadda. They both mean that if you want to say something with 100% surety, definitely, indeed, then these 2 letters are used. Okay? And usually, lam is used on one side and noon is used on the other side. So lam-e-taqeed and noon-e-taqeed. Okay, now, the middle word is no-walli. Okay? Now let's look at this word. Waw, lam and ya are the root letters. Okay? This means to come near. Wali, what is wali? Wali is a friend. Friend who is near to you. Okay, so waw lam ya means to come close. Okay, so these are three letters and they belong to the group of the word which is called bab fa'ala. Okay. And we also know that there is another group of words where middle letter has a shadda. It's called fa'ala. If you put a shadda on the middle letter, so it becomes a word that has 4 letters in it. Okay? So if I do this thing, this becomes waw, shadda on lam and ya. Wallaya. Okay? This has a different meaning. This means to turn away. To turn, just the opposite meaning. Wala means to come close, and walla means to turn away. Okay? So this means to turn away. And also we just learned this one word here, that when you put a noon in the beginning, it brings the meaning of we do. Okay? So, walla is here, if I put noon in the beginning, it becomes we will turn. We will turn. No, walli means we will turn. Okay. Who is here we? We is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And who is you here? The Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Okay. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, so definitely, surely, we will turn you. Allah says, we will turn you. Okay. فَلَنُوَلِّيَنَّكَ, we will turn you. But no, first he said, we will turn you. Okay? We will turn you. Ka means you, right? So if it is sometimes one person is saying to the other person, we will turn you. Okay? فَلَنُوَلِّيَنَّكَ. So this is surely, this is surely. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is making promise twice. Surely we will do it. Without any doubt, we are going to turn you. Okay? Nuwalliyannaka, we are definitely going to turn you. Okay? Where turn you? Qiblatan, to a qibla. We will turn you, we will permit you, we will allow you to turn towards a qibla. Right now you are praying in the direction of Baitul Maqdis. You have the desire to turn your face towards Kaaba. So we are looking at you that you keep turning your face towards the sky, hoping that Allah will give you permission. So now Allah says, we are going to give you permission. We will turn you. We will turn you qiblatan, to a qibla. Qibla means a place where you can turn your direction. Qibla means somewhere you can turn your direction. Okay? So Allah says, we will definitely turn you to that qibla. Okay? So this means, surely we will turn you.
Like it also in a meaning way has like a meaning of direct you on the right path too. Like
No, this is only when you are praying your prayer, salat. At that time your face should be towards Kaaba. That's what it means. Now permission is being given that now you can stand in a direction in Medina, so your direction or your face is facing the Makkah, direction of Makkah. Before it was in the other side, it was in the direction of Baitul Maqdis, which was on the other side.
So what is Baitul Maqdis?
Baitul Maqdis in Palestine, you know.
Masjid
That was the first, that Masjid Aqsa.
How do we know it's Masjid Aqsa?
That was the direction Muslim used to face. That is the direction Jews were facing. Bani Israel were facing their prayer in that direction. And Muslims also used to do, because that was the direction of prayer before Kaaba. So Prophet ﷺ, when he was in Makkah, he was not standing in front of Kaaba, but he was facing to Baitul Maqdis, Masjid Aqsa in Palestine, Jerusalem. Okay? And when he migrated to Medina, from Medina he was still facing Baitul Maqdis. So in Medina, he was in Medina, Kaaba was this way, Baitul Maqdis was that way. Okay? But it is said that when he was in Kaaba in Makkah before, he would pray in a position that Kaaba will be in front of him and Baitul Maqdis will be in front of him both. But now he's in Medina, he has no choice. Either he faces Kaaba or he faces Baitul Maqdis. And he did not want to continue facing Baitul Maqdis. So he was expecting from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and Allah gave him the permission and saying, now you turn your face towards Kaaba. You have a question? You have a question?
No, I was just going to give a little historical event. That this surah, this ayah was revealed while he was praying in
Yes.
Masjid al-Qiblatain,
Qiblatain, yes.
where both the Qiblas are still there. On one side they made it a straight wall to identify that this is the directions that you will not pray, you will pray in the other direction. It's 100%, 180 degrees in the other direction.
So
the Jews should still be praying?
they still face, and the Jews were happy that Prophet ﷺ and Muslims were still praying facing their Qibla. But when these ayats came, they turned against Muslims, that now they have even left our Qibla, Muslims. So this is what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, now turn your face towards the Qibla, which is the Kaaba now. Okay? And as brother said that they were in the middle of the prayer. They were making a Jamaat and they were facing Baitul Maqdis. So when the wahi came about the change of the Qibla, then Prophet ﷺ during the prayer turned around towards the direction of the Kaaba. And all the people who were following him, they also turned around during the prayer. Yeah. So during the prayer. So this is what happened. What's that? No, I think Prophet ﷺ just turned around and people, obviously they walked there behind him. Okay. So I'm sure there must be a little bit disturbance at that time, but it was done. Okay. So Qiblatan means Qibla, direction. I'm just going to write down Qibla here, or in English it's written also as Qibla.
For a while it was okay to talk during the prayer, so we do not know exactly whether this happened before that period of time or after
Yeah,
that period.
Wallah alam.
So it's something that he might have told them, hey, give me a path, I'm going over in front of you.
Yeah. Okay, so that next word is tardaha. Okay. So root letters are Ra, Dod and Ya, and this means to be pleased or to please, or to be happy about some things. Radi, Rada or Mardi. Okay. Agree or yeah, mostly to be pleased. Okay. So tarda is from this. Tarda means you are pleased. So tarda, you are pleased. Okay. And ha means it. In this case. Okay. So tardaha, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala saying that something that you are pleased with, something you are happy with. We will turn your direction to a qibla that makes you happy, that pleases you. Tardaha, by that or by which you are pleased.
So it comes from Razi, right?
Razi, marzi, yeah. Razi, marzi, yeah. Which to be pleased or to be happy or to be agreeing or about something. Okay? Yeah, so those are these root letters. Okay? So tardaha, something that pleases you or it pleases you, it makes you happy. That qibla which makes you happy, which is the Kaaba. That qibla which makes you happy, we will turn you to that. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is saying, pleases you. Or that. That pleases you. So now Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has told Prophet ﷺ that we will change it. Now remember that. It's still saying we will do it. Okay? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is saying we will change it for you, we will do it for you, the direction for you, we'll change the direction for you. Okay? Which means it is not done yet. It is not done yet. But the news is being given to Prophet ﷺ that we will change it for you. Okay? Then from this part of the ayah, فَوَلِّ وَجْهَكَ شَطْرَ الْمَسْجِدِ الْحَرَامِ. Now the permission is being given. Okay, now is the permission coming. Okay? So let's look at that. Okay. So the word is fa walli. Okay. Or you can write down without that. Walli. Okay. Fa means so. Okay. And we just looked at this word waw, lam, and ya means to turn. Okay, that's the 4 letters means to turn. Okay. Walli is a command from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, which means do it now. Walli is an order which is from these letters, but the meaning of this is do it now. Turn. So turn. When if you are telling someone to do something or turn your direction, you say walli. For one person. Okay? If a lot of people are there, then you use a different word and we will see that. Okay? That is wallu. Okay? But for one person, if you have one person in front of you and you want to say to him, turn, then you use the command walli. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is saying now to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, turn. No, that is different. That is swearing. That's a qasam. Yes. Wallah, the Arab speaks a lot of that. That means by swearing by Allah.
So what happened to ya?
Huh?
What happened to ya?
No, this ya. No, but we have to look at the whole grammar. If you have 3 letters fa, n, and lam, okay, and if you want to make the command of this, it is if'al. If'al. Do. Something like that. So we will have to apply the grammar on this one, but ya is a weak letter and the weak letter at the end falls off. Ya is a weak letter. At the end it falls off. So we'll have to go through the 4 steps to reach to this point of making this thing. Okay? So that's the reason I skipped that. Walli means turn.
And alif and the friend is also missing.
That also drops out. This is a bab number 2. So bab number 2 has different grammatical rules. But if you like, you can go after the class. Okay? So walli means turn. Okay? So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is saying, so turn. Wajhaka, your face. So turn your face. Okay, we just saw that word. Your face. So turn your face. So now the wahi is coming, order is coming, do it. Okay. Shatra. Shatra means direction. Shatra means direction. So turn to the direction.
More like boundary? Shatra means more like a boundary?
No, no. Shatra means just one straight direction. Shatra means direction. So now turn to the direction. Fawalli wajhaka, so turn your face to a direction. And what is that direction now? Very clearly is being said, Al-Masjid al-Haram. What is Masjid al-Haram? Kaaba's name is Masjid al-Haram. Okay? The other masjid was Masjid al-Aqsa, where he was facing before. Both masajids have the names. Baitul Maqdis is also called Masjid al-Aqsa. So that's the name of that masjid. The Kaaba in Makkah is called Masjidul Haram. Okay? So Allah says now, turn your face to a direction of Masjidul Haram, means Kaaba. Okay? Masjidul Haram, the sacred masjid is Kaaba. Its name has become Masjidul Haram. It's a full name that's given to that masjid. Haram is something which has hurmat. It's not from haram, that halal and haram. It's not that haram. Okay? The one which has the respect or honor or hurmat. And also, inside this masjid, certain things which are allowed, they are forbidden. They are haram. There are certain things which are halal outside, but inside masjid they are haram. That's one of the meanings also. Okay? But it's a sacred place. Okay? Masjidul Haram is also the Kaaba. Okay? So Allah says, now turn your face in a direction which is the direction of Masjidul Haram. Masjidul Haram is Kaaba.
The place where the name of the other masjid is given is in Surah number, not Surah,
Surah Bani Israel.
Bani Israel or Juz 15.
Subhanalladhi asra bi abdihi laylan min al-masjid al-harami ila al-masjid al-aqsa. In Surah Bani Israel, Surah Al-Isra, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, Subhanalladhi asra bi abdihi laylan min al-masjid al-haram. He took his servant from Masjid al-Haram to Masjid al-Aqsa. Barakna hawlahu. So both the names are given there. On the night of Miraj, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala took Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam from Masjid al-Haram, from the Kaaba, to the Masjid al-Aqsa in Jerusalem, and from there he went to the Miraj. Okay?
Period of time because he was in Makkah.
What's that?
Masjid al-Aqsa
Ah.
is not in Quran, is that? No.
What's that, Masjid
The
al-Aqsa?
name of the Masjid al-Aqsa
Ah.
is not in Quran.
It is in Quran.
Yeah, it's in the Quran.
The Masjid al-Aqsa.
I just read the ayah.
Chapter
I
15.
want to know.
I just read the ayah.
Chapter 15.
I am first ayah.
First ayah of 15 Subhanallah.
Chapter 15, Juz 15.
Yeah,
The
Let me
first
ask-
word.
Which
Okay,
ayah?
let me
The first
answer.
one.
Let me answer everybody now. Please, okay. In 15 juz
Yeah.
of the Quran, the surah starts with Surah Bani Israel.
But
The first ayat of Bani Israel is the one which I just recited to you. Subhanallazi asra bi abdihi laylam min al-masjid al-harami ila al-masjid al-aqsa. Glorified be the one who took his servant, Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, from Masjid al-Haram to Masjid al-Aqsa. Barakna hawlahu, and we have put the barakah around it. So, Juz 15 is the beginning of this, where both the masajid's name are mentioned. Okay?
And in that time, he was in Mecca.
Makkah, yeah, he was at that time, he was in Makkah. Yeah. Okay? Okay? Then after that, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, so this is the order of two Prophets only, one person. After this, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is ordering everybody, which are these next few words. Wahaythu ma kuntum. Okay? So, wa means and. Haythu. Haythu means wherever. Okay? Actually, ma means you can say both of these combined can be translated as wherever. Okay? Wahaythu ma and wherever. Hayth means a place. And ma means whatever or wherever place. Okay, Haythun. Kuntum.
Assalamualaikum. Everybody get a book or anything, go back to your classroom, please. Back to your classroom right now. Everybody back to the classroom. Don't make noise, please. Can you be quiet? Thank you.
So, Haythu ma kuntum. Kuntum means you are. Okay. Kaf wa noon means to be, and kuntum means you are. And you is plural here for all the people. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is now addressing Muslims that all of you, wherever you are.
Ma means what, right?
Ma means what, but when you combine with haso, wherever.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Okay? So wahaiso and wherever you are. Okay? And wherever you are. Now, we saw just this word, fawalli. Fawalli means so turn, one person. Fawallu is the plural of that. So all of you turn. Wherever you are, any part of the world or any part of the land you are, not only in Medina, wherever you are, all of you who believe, you turn. So turn. So turn. Okay. Now we just saw the word wajhun. Wajhun means face. Okay. Its plural is wujuhun. Wujuhun means faces. Plural. Wajhun means one face. Wujuhun means plural, faces. Okay? And also, ka means you, singular, one person. Kum means you, all. Kum means you, plural. Okay? So when we combine these two, it becomes wajhaka, one person, your face. When you combine these two, it will become wujuhukum. All of you, your faces. Fawallu wujuhakum, turn your faces. So This thing is just the plural of that. The whole thing is plural. Turn wherever you are, turn your faces. Okay? Turn your faces. Turn your faces. فَوَلُّوا وُجُوهَكُمْ. So turn your faces. Okay, now we also saw shatra means direction. Here is a shatra who. Who means its direction. And that who is pointing to Masjid-e-Haram, to its direction. So this command was for one person, Prophet ﷺ. These words are for all of us. It's just plural of the whole thing. So turn your faces towards its direction. It is Masjid-e-Haram. Shatrahu, its direction. So this whole ayat up to this point was divided into 4 small parts. First part was Allah says that we were looking at you, O Prophet, your face is constantly turning towards the sky, hoping that we will get you the change of the direction. That was the first statement up to Fis Samai from here. Then Allah says that now we will turn you towards the Qibla that you like, that you are pleased with. Then the third part of the ayat says, now the wahi comes, the order comes, now turn your face towards Masjid al-Haram. And fourth part is that now Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is telling everybody who believes that all of you turn your faces towards Baitul Haram, Masjid al-Haram, towards the Kaaba. So in 4 small pieces, 4 different things are being talked about. Okay? Now, after this, it's a different statement. Okay? And this statement is that, and let me give you the background again, that when the order for changing of the direction came, there were people who did not like that. There were munafiqeen, there were disbelievers, and there were Jews in Medina. Jews were happy up to this point because they knew that even this new prophet faces towards Masjid al-Aqsa, which was their Qibla. So he said this prophet is following our direction of Qibla. So it was okay with them. But now the order came that Qibla is no more your Qibla, you have your own Qibla. So they didn't like it. Jews did not like, because now Prophet ﷺ left their Qibla, their direction. Okay? So they started opposing, they started saying strange things. That's what the ayat came. Sayaqulu sufaha, the foolish people are saying, what are they saying? But Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in this ayat that those people who were given the book, they know that what is happening now is the truth from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Even though they are acting differently, but they know that this is the truth from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So this is what this ayat is. Okay? So وَإِنَّ الَّذِينَ أُوتُوا الْكِتَابَ. So let's look at these words. Okay? So the word starts wa means and. Then the next word is inna. Inna means surely. And surely. Okay? And these words keep coming. The third word is allazina, means those. And surely those. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is saying, and surely those people, some people, Okay. Now, then the word after that is alif, ta and ya. Okay. This means to give.
There's no shadda on the no. On top, on the where
Yeah.
up over there.
Yeah,
What
yeah.
in
Okay. So actually, this one, let's start with the three letters. The first meaning is to come, and if I put another alif before that, this means to give. Okay. When we say Quran in the many places, wa'atu zakata, give zakat. That is from this way. Atu zakata is from this letter. A is has a like two alif sound. A to zakata. So this means to give. Okay. From this word comes the utu. Utu means were given. Utu means they were given. It's a passive voice. Utu means they were given. Okay. So Utu means they were given. They were given. They were given what? They were given Al-Kitab, the book. Okay. Utul Kitab, they were given the book. Which book? Torah and Injil. Okay. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said that indeed those people who were given the book, okay, Ahle Kitab, the people of the Torah and people of Injil. Okay. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is not talking about the people who were given the book before Quran. Utul Kitab, those who were given the book, which is Torah and Injil. So, Wa means and Inna means indeed or surely, Allazina means those, Utul Kitab, who were given the book. Who were given the book. And the book here is Torah or Injil. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is talking about them. Okay? Those people who are now opposing in Medina. Okay? Okay? Now, this next word is made of two parts. La ya'lamuna. Okay. La means surely. We just saw that lam ta'kid. Surely. We just saw this word. Lam ta'kid. It means surely. Okay. Ain, lam and mim means to know. Ilm and knowledge means to know something. These are the root letters, means to know. Okay. Ya'lamuna means they know. This has come so much, this kind of grammar. Yaf'aluna, they do. Ya'lamuna, they know. If you put a ya in the beginning and una at the end, it becomes they, present tense. Ya'lamuna, they know. La ya'lamuna, surely they know. Those people who have been given the book, surely they know. Okay? Surely they know.
Ya'lamuna means surely they know.
Yeah, la ya'lamuna. La means surely.
Surely they know.
They know. Those people who were given the book before, they surely know this thing. Okay? What is that they know? The first word is anna, and the second part of that who. Annahu. Written together, but separately it is anna and who. Anna means that, one of the meaning is that. Okay? And who means it or this. Okay? This. They know that this. Okay? What is this here? This is the order that came from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to change the Qibla. Okay. They know that this means the order of changing the Qibla. Okay. Annahu, that this. Okay. Then the word is ha, kaf, and kaf. These are the root letters. And the noun is haqqun. Haqqun means truth. Haqqun means truth. Haqq we say all the time. Haqq means truth. Okay? If you put al before that, it becomes the truth. Okay? And al, what al does? Al removes one dhamma, so it becomes al haqqu, the truth. Okay? Al haqqu means the truth. Okay? So the meaning so far is that indeed those who were given the book, those people who were given the book, la ya'lamuna, they surely know. What is that they know? Annahul haqqu, that this is truth. This is not something that Prophet made by himself and he just don't like us so he changed his direction. They know that this is the truth. This is real. Okay? And then they also know mir rabbihim. So let's look at these words. Min means from. Min was from. Okay? And Rabbun means Lord. Okay? And whom means there. Whom means them or there. Okay? So when you combine these two words, by the rule of mudaf, mudaf ilayh, one dhamma goes away and it becomes Rabbuhum. Rabbuhum. Rabbuhum is their Lord. Rabbuhum means their Lord. So the combination of these will give you Rabbuhum. Rabbuhum, their Lord. Okay. Now we are going to put another word before that, which is min. Okay. Min means from. Now min is going to do few things here. Okay. First thing will be, min is a harf jar. Harf jar changes to a dhamma to a kasra. Okay. So Rabbu becomes Rabbi. That will be the one change that will take place. Meaning will not change. Meaning is still from their Lord. But because of the min, which is a harf jar changes Rabbo to Rabbi. Changes Dhamma to a kasra. Now what else is happening here? When you read these together, then you don't read min rabbihim, but in the tajweed you read mir rabbihim. The sound of ra takes over the sound of noon. So it becomes mir rabbihim with a gunna, obviously. So you don't pronounce the noon here, you pronounce mir. Okay? Now, this is still going to be mir rabbihum. Okay? Again, another rule of tajweed says that to speak easy on the tongue, you speak rabbihim, not rabbihum. Try to speak rabbihum and rabbihim. See which one easy comes out of the tongue. So we change this dhamma to a kasra. So the word become now mir rabbihim. It's easy to say two kasras together. Okay? So from their Lord. They know this is truth from their Lord. Okay?
If you think about it, most of the stuff is like if you're like interested in school stuff, this is like formulas. I mean, if you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, it's a structured language.
Yeah,
that's what it is.
Yeah.
It's a base.
Yeah, it's a very grammatically structured. It's not random language. Rules. There are rules on everything.
If there's a noon sakin and it is followed by a ra, it's the whole word is zarmalun, ya, ra,
Yes.
mim, lam. If any of those letters come in, then the noon gets dropped or gets amalgamated into the next word.
Into the ra.
Ra, ya, or mim, those five words.
There should be a sadda on the ra?
Yes, then when you combine,
Yeah.
then you have to put a shadda.
Yeah,
Mir rabbihim. So I should put a shadda here also. When you read it together. Okay? So that is what they know, that this is the truth from their Lord.
To drop the noon, we should have a shot. If we want to drop the noon and mudgham, then we should have a shot on raw. Noon become mudgham and then come mudgham fihi.
Okay, let's finish this thing. Wa means and ma means not. Wamallahu, and Allah is not. Wamallahu, and Allah is not. Okay? And then these are the three letters. Ghain, Fa and Lam. Okay? It means someone who doesn't know he ghafala, ghaflat, ghafil. And the word is ghafilun here. Ghafilun means unaware. Someone who does not know, we say he is ghafil or ghafilun, unaware. Okay. Now we put a ba in the beginning with a kasra. Okay.
So that's gafilun.
Ghafilun means unaware.
Okay.
Okay. So the word by itself is ghafilun, right? Now if I put a ba in the kasra and then this is a gha, Ghafi. Ba means off, with a kasra means off. And this is a harf jar, so it is going to change these two dhammas to two kasras. So it becomes bighafilin. Bighafilin. So Allah is not unaware of. Okay? Wamallahu bighafilin. And Allah is not unaware of. Unaware of. Okay? So, and Allah not unaware of. And Allah is not unaware of. You can put is you from your end to make a sentence. And Allah is not unaware of. And Allah is not unaware of. Amma means that which. Amma means that which. Or whatever. Ya'malun, they do. Okay? So, Amma means, this is just a simple word. Amma means that which. Okay? And the last letter is Ain, Mim, and Lam. This means to do. We use the word amal all the time. Action. Amal. Okay? And if you put a ya in the beginning and guna at the end, okay, and these three letters, it makes the meaning of and mim lam. They do. Present tense and third person, plural. They do. Or they are doing. Okay? So Allah is not unaware of what they do. Which means Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala knows what? They know, these people know that this is truth from their Lord, but they are still opposing it. Amma.
How is it written there?
Ain.
Amma.
And like this. Amma. Okay. So Allah is not unaware of what they do. Means Allah knows what they are doing. They know that the change of the direction of Qibla was from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, but they still oppose it. Okay? So Allah says Allah is not unaware of what they are doing. Okay? So inshallah we'll stop here. And
okay.
So inshallah we'll go and start. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. So we are going to do ayat number 145 of Surah AlBaqarah today, inshallah. And the ayat 145 is still about changing the direction of the Qibla. We have been studying last few ayats where the Qibla was changed from Baitul Maqdis to Kaaba. Okay? So these ayats, next few ayats, is the continuation of the same topic. Okay? So first, let us do a simple translation. The background just before that is that those people who were the people of the book, the Bani Israel and Christians, they would not like, or they did not like that the direction for Muslims was now towards Kaaba. Okay? So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is saying that doesn't matter what you do to please them, they will not be happy with you. Doesn't matter what you do, they will not be pleased or happy with you in terms of the changing the direction of the Qibla. Okay, so let's look at simple translation. The ayat says, وَلَئِنْ أَتَيْتَ الَّذِينَ. Walain means even if. Ataita, you bring. Okay? You, here is Prophet ﷺ, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is saying to Prophet ﷺ, even if you bring or if you come with Allazina utul kitab, to those people to whom the book was given. So to those people, the Ahlul Kitab, to whom the book was given, even if you bring them, bring what? Bikulli ayatin, every kind of sign. Any sign or all signs, if you bring to them, ma tabi'u qiblatak, they are not going to follow your qibla. They are not going to start following the new qibla, which now you have, the Kaaba. They will stay on their own qibla, in their own direction for prayers. And then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says that, وَمَا أَنْتَ بِتَابِعٍ, and you are not going to follow qiblatahum, their qibla. Means now the two directions are separate for two group of people. They are not going to follow your qibla, and you are not going to follow their qibla anymore. Okay? And then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, وَمَا بَعَدُهُمْ بِتَابِعٍ قِبْلَةَ بَعْدٍ, and one of you will not follow the qibla of other. It's totally separated topic now. Your qibla is your qibla, their qibla is their qibla. One of you will not follow the direction of others. Okay? Then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, وَلَا إِنِ اتَّبَعْتَ, is warning to Prophet ﷺ that if you followed ahwa'ahum, their desires, the desires of Jews and Christians, mim ba'adi, after ma ja'aka, what has come to you? What has come to you? Minal ilmi, from the knowledge, which is the Quran. What knowledge and the Quran has come to you? After that, if you followed their desires, if you followed what they want to do, then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, innaka, then surely you, O Prophet, idhal lamina zalimin, then you will be among the wrongdoers. Okay, so which means Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has clearly mentioned that now or at any time, this Prophet is not going to follow any desires or wishes of the Ahlul Kitab, the people of the book before him. Okay? So this is the simple meaning of the ayah. So now let's look at the words. So the ayah starts with wa, la, and in. Wala in. So wa means and this lam with the fatah is a lam at-ta'kid, which is it is used to emphasize something. Okay, which means surely, okay, or indeed. Okay. Now, wala in is translated as if. And if, and combine these two in English, you can say even if. This thing, wala in, can be translated as and even if. Okay? And even if. The next word is atayta lazina. So the first word is atayta. Okay. So this one starts with these three letters, alif, ta, and ya. Okay. This means to come. Ata means to come. Alif, ta, and ya means to come. Okay. Now if we have these three letters, fa'ala, and if we put a ta at the end, fa'alta, Fa'alta means you did. If you put a ta at the end of the three letters, it brings the meaning of you, one person, you, and the past tense. You did. Okay? So if we do the same thing here, we put a ta at the end, it will become ataita. Okay? Ataita, like this. Ataita means you came. You and the past tense for the second person. So you came. It's for one person. And you here is Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Okay? So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says that even if you came, O Prophet, even if you came. Okay? Even if you came. Okay?
I have a quick question. Why Alif with Hamza on the top? When we apply that, is there any rules that go like Alif with Hamza?
Actually, it should be always Hamza. In Uthmani script, this Hamza is there.
Okay.
In the non-Uthmani script, in the Pak Qurans, they don't put Hamza there.
Okay.
Okay. So if you notice that many words I point out to you that like
Yeah,
Hamza
okay.
here.
Okay. All right. Okay. That's okay.
So that Hamza should be there with the fatha on there. Okay. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said that, O Prophet, even if you came, okay, then the words after are Alladina. Allazina means those. Allazina means those. Okay? And then the word is, we just saw the word, same word. Alif, ta and ya. Okay? This means to come. And if I put another alif there, like that, this means to bring or to give. And with this word has come many times. Atu zakata, giving the zakat. Ata. Okay.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
When do you use the just alif and the fatha instead of using the fatha and the ayn or hamza?
When?
Yeah.
Because some words have hamza, some have alif, so you have to just.
No, I'm talking at the beginning. Did you know?
So in this case,
would that be proper if you put?
If in this case this alif is there, allazina.
But can you put a hamza underneath?
Not if it is not written that way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alright.
Okay. So going back to this, ata means to give, and utu, and this word also came last time. Utu means they were given. It's a passive. They were given. Okay? And it is written like this. Utu. Utu means they were given. Okay? Actually there is no wow, right, in the Quran? No, there is wow in the Quran. I forgot that. So this is correct here. But there is a wow there. Utu. They were given. What were they given? The book. So this whole word, Allazina Utul Kitaba. Utu is this much. And Al-Kitab. those were given the book. Those who were given the book. Okay? So these all three words together are pointing to either Jews or Christians. Because those were the people who were given the book before Quran. So whenever Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, instead of using the word Yahud and Nasara, if the Quran uses these three words together, Allazina utul kitaba, those people who were given the book, it is referring to Ahlul Kitab, Jews and Christians. Okay? So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is saying, Allazina utul kitaba, those who were given the book. And the books are here, Torah and Injil.
Okay. These are the mentioned ones, but could be other books too.
See, there are some other books, but the encounter with Prophet ﷺ was with Jews and Christians only at that time. The people who were given other books, they did not exist at that time. So in Medina and in Arabia, the Prophet ﷺ confrontation was with Jews or Christians. So that these are the reference for those. So now Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said that, and even if you come to those people who were given the book.
Why is a single book instead of books?
No.
Kitab.
If you are referring to
those who are...
if you're talking about Jews,
I get it.
then this kitab will refer to Torah.
Okay.
If you're talking about Christian, then the kitab will
that one, okay.
be the Injil. Okay? The Christians. Okay. So far the meaning is that even if you come, O Prophet, to those people who were given the book, okay, even if you come to those. Now here, we will look, the meaning will change slightly, but so far the word is, even if you came to them, like Prophet is going to them, okay. So let's look at the next two words. Okay. The word kullun is the original word. Kullun. Kullun means each or all. Kull is used for all or each or every one of them. Okay? So I can say the same thing. Each of you write something. Or I can say all of you write something. It's the same thing. Right? So kullun has two meanings. Each and all. Okay? And the next word is ayatun. Ayatun means sign. Ayatun, this hamza with alif will make the sound of a, ya, tun. Okay, remember that this is two dhammas and these are two dhammas. This is a noun, kullun, and this is a noun, sign. Okay, separately, kullun, ayatun. Okay. Now, when we combine two nouns together, like this, if you remember the example that we use, abdun plus Allahu. When we combine these two words and we want to say slave of Allah, then we put in English an of there, slave of Allah. In Arabic, we take out one dhamma from there and this becomes abdu. In this second word, we change two dhammas to two kasras, or one dhamma to one kasra. So it will be Abdullahi. So that is the rule of combining and bringing a connection between two nouns. Okay? Abdun is one noun, Allahu is another noun. They are independent. they sound Abdun and Allahu. If you want to make a relationship between these two, in English we say slave of Allah. In Arabic, you take out one dhamma and you change this dhamma to a kasra. Abdullahi. These are two different nouns, just like these two nouns. Okay? If I combine these together, this kullun will become kullu. One dhamma will go away. So this will become kullu. And ayatun, these two dhammas will change to two kasras. So it will become ayatun. Ayatin. Kullu ayatin. Kullu ayatin means every sign, every possible sign. Sign of every kind or everything. Each sign or any possible sign. Okay? Now, couple more things. If I put a B before that, B means with. Okay? B means with here. B is a harfijar. Harfijar changes this dhamma to a kasra. So this word will become bikulli ayatin. B, and that is what the word is in the Quran. In the Quran it says kulli. Okay? Bi kulli ayatin, with each sign, with each possible sign. Okay? So now if you do that, with each sign. Okay. So now we will again understand the meaning, and you will see the meaning change now slightly. Okay. So let's look at the meaning again. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is saying to Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and I'm going to connect differently. Even if you came with each sign or every sign to the people of the book. If you came with any possible sign to the people of the book. I can also translate it this way. Or you can translate yourself this way. You can say, I came to masjid with my child. Okay? Instead of saying that, you can say, I brought my child to masjid. So came with can be translated as brought. Okay? So now you can further make it very clear. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is saying to the Prophet, even if you brought a sign to the people of the book, any sign that this command is from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, changing the qibla is something that is a hukum or order from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to prove your point that I did not change with my own intention, just the direction of the qibla, but this is from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So to prove your point, if you brought any sign to these people, any proof to these people, if you brought to the people of the book any proof, Allah says they are not going to follow your qibla. Even if you bring a proof to them from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Sign means here a proof or any other thing that can prove that this order came from Allah. I'm not changing my direction of qibla on my own desire or wish, but this is from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Even if you do that, Allah says that people of the book are not going to follow you. Okay? So this is up to this point, that even if you came with or you brought a sign to the people of the book, what will happen? Ma tabi'u qiblatak. Let's look at these words. So the words start with ta, ba, and ayn. This means to follow. Okay. Ta, ba, and ayn means to follow. Okay. Tabi'u. Tabi'u means they follow. They follow. Ma means not. Okay. So meaning will be they won't follow. They would not follow. What would they not follow? Qiblatak. Okay. So qiblatak is made of two words. Qiblatun. Qiblatun plus ka. Ka means your. And your qibla. They will not follow your qibla, which means they will not follow the direction of Kaaba. Okay, even though this is a command from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, that now those who believe in Allah, they should face Kaaba instead of facing Baitul Maqdis during the prayer. Doesn't matter what kind of proof or sign you present to Ahlul Kitab, the people of the book. Ma tabi'u qiblatak. When you combine these two, this will become qiblatak. Your qibla. They are not going to follow the direction of Kaaba. They will continue following what their qibla was before. Okay? Ma tabi'u qiblatak. They will not follow your qibla. Follow your qibla. Okay. Now Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala emphasizes one more statement here. Next few words. Wama anta bitabi'in qiblatahum. So now Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is again addressing Prophet ﷺ and saying that you are not going to follow their qibla. It's done. They will not follow your qibla, and now forever your direction is changed now. You are not going to go back. You are not going to follow their qibla. Okay, so these are the next few words. Wama anta. Va means and anta means you. One person. Single person. Anta means you. And here you is Prophet ﷺ. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is saying that and you. Okay?
So how do you say it?
And ma means in between. Not. And you not means you are not.
How did you say like you, that, he, she?
Yeah, there's a whole table.
They.
Yeah, ana, nahnu, that's all the prepositions.
Ana, nahnu, ana.
Yeah, there's a whole list of that I can give you. Okay. So, but here anta means you. Okay? Anta means you, one person. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is saying to the Prophet ﷺ, Wama anta and you not. Wama anta and you not. Okay? Now, the word we just saw, ta, ba, and ayn, this means to follow. To follow. Okay? Now, let's look at an example. If I have these three words, Seen, Jim, and these three letters, Seen, Jim, and Dal. sajada. This means to make sajda, right? If I put an alif between these two letters, first and second, and pronounce like sajidun. Okay, what's the meaning of this word, sajidun? It's a person, right? It becomes a person who is making that action, who is doing the sajda. So the rule of making a doer or a person is in 3 letters. You put an alif here, okay? For example, abada and ba and dal, if you put an alif, it becomes abidun. Abidun is the worshipper, okay? So sajidun, abidun, hamidun is the person who is doing hamd, right? So if I do the same thing here, this will become ta bi un. What's the meaning of ta bi un? Follower, doer. Okay, so this will become follower. Okay, so the word is bi is separate, and the ta bi un. Follower. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, and you are not going to be a follower of their qibla, which means you are not going to follow. Okay? They are not going to follow your direction of qibla prayer in the prayers, and now Prophet, there is no way that you can go back and you start facing your face towards Baitul Maqdis for the prayers. Your direction now is Kaaba. So you will not follow, or you will not be the follower. Follower of what? Qiblatahum. Okay. So again, the word is qiblatan, and hum is there. Okay. So
what's taba?
Their qibla.
What's taba mean in
Tabi means follower. You are not going to be the follower, which means you will not follow their qibla. Qibla, whom is there now in this case. So you are not going to be the follower of their qibla. Okay? So wama and not you of follower. If you rearrange the English, it will make a sense. Their qibla. And you are not going to be the follower of their qibla. Okay? And not you follower of their qibla in Arabic. The words are there. You have to arrange the English to proper understanding. But once you arrange, it will be, and you are not the follower of their qibla, which means you will not follow their direction anymore. Okay? Then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala explaining further. He says, okay, they have their qibla. You have your qibla. You are not going to follow their qibla. They are not going to follow your qibla. So, both of you will not follow each other's qibla. Okay? That is what these words are. One of you will not follow others' qibla. So let's look at these. Wama and not. And not. Okay? Now, the word ba'ad, ba'adun, means some. Baaz log, some. Okay, ba'ad means some. Few, or one, or many, but some, a group. Okay? Whom means them. Some of them. Not. Wama ba'aduhum, some of them not. So far, let's just write down the meaning and then we'll make a proper sentence. And not some of them. Okay. And again the same word, bitabi'in, of follower. Qibla, then again, Qibla. And the word Ba'd is again. Means some of them will not follow the Qibla of some. Because Ba'd means some. Okay? So now we have to put this in a proper English, these words. So far the broken English is that some of you will not follow the Qibla of some, or some of them will not follow the Qibla of some. Better way of saying in English that some of you will not follow the Qibla of others, or one of you will not follow the Qibla of the other one. So whenever you see these two words in the Quran, ba'aduhum ba'adin, if they come in this kind of combination, ba'aduhum ba'aduhum, and then after that is ba'adin. Both of these can be translated as each other.
I want to ask you, can I ask you a question real quick? Do the way they write in Arabic, people, do they show this all the connectors and everything? You know what I'm talking about?
For the Quran, you have to write for the Quran.
But
if you're writing the
regular Arabic, they don't connect.
So they don't have to do all
They don't
that.
use it, huh?
No, but for the Quran, you have to do it.
I mean, if you're in the class, you're gonna have to do it, right?
If in the Quranic class, but you are learning.
I'm saying if you're at a
language.
school or something like that.
Yeah, so they may not teach you that, this kind of thing. But in the Quranic you have class, you have to have all this. So whenever, as I was going back saying, whenever you see this kind of combination, both of these words can be just translated by simple English, each other. Okay? So if you do the same, it will mean, and each other will not follow the Qibla. They will not follow, each other of you will not follow the Qibla. Means one of you will not follow the Qibla of the other. وَمَا بَعْدُهُمْ بِتَابِينَ قِبْلَةَ بَعْضٍ. One of you will not follow the Qibla of other, or you guys will not follow the Qibla of each other. Okay. Collectively, you are addressing both the groups, that both of you will not follow the Qibla of each other. You have your Qibla, Baitul Maqdis, you have your Qibla, Kaaba. So when you pray, you stand in the direction of Kaaba. When you pray, you stand in the direction of. That means Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is not condemning them. He is not saying that Jews, your Qibla is wrong. Allah is not saying that your Qibla is wrong. As long as you follow the religion of Judaism, you can continue worshipping in the direction of Masjid al-Aqsa. But if you believe in the Quran, now you have to switch your Qibla also. Okay? So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is giving permission that one group will not follow the Qibla of each other. You follow your Qibla, they follow their Qibla. Okay? Now, so up to this point, it is the Qibla. So the word Qibla, what is Qibla? Qibla is a direction of prayer. Qibla means the direction of prayer. Okay? So that has been emphasized so much now, until now, made very clear. Okay? Now, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is addressing something different here. And again, He is addressing in this next part of the ayah, Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Okay? And let me translate one more time, then we'll be doing a breakdown. Allah says that, O Prophet, if you followed, wala init tabata, if you followed, O Prophet, ahwa means desires, wishes. Okay? if you followed, whom means there, if you followed their desires, if you followed the desires of the Jews and the Christians, okay? And we have seen before, several ayahs before, they, Jews and Christians said to the Muslims, or especially Jews, that if you become Jew, then you will be successful. If you become a Jew, then you will be guided. Those are the last few ayats of Surah, first juz of Surah AlBaqarah. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala clearly mentioned all those ayats, that they want that you follow their religion. Okay? So this is their wish. This is their desire. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says to the Prophet, if you followed their desires, which means if you started doing what they are doing, believing what they are believing wrongfully, mim ba'di, after. Mim ba'di means after. Ma ja'aka, what has come to you? What has come to you? The Quran has come to you. Even after that Quran has come to you, now you go back and follow their desires. And here the word is minal ilm, from the knowledge of the book, knowledge of the Quran. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says that after you have received this knowledge from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, if now, O Prophet, you went back and followed what they want you to follow, then you will be the wrongdoer. Innaka idhal la minaz zalimin, you will be, O Prophet, among those who do wrong. Okay? So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is clearly warning the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, no compromise anymore. No more compromise anymore, because we have given you the Quran, you have the knowledge now. There is no reason to sit down and negotiate anymore or talk to them anymore. Okay? You're done with them. And warning is that even if you tried to negotiate and sit down, let's do you do this and we will do this, then you will be zalim. You will be the wrongdoer, O Prophet. Okay? Yes, lakum dinukum, your deen is yours and my deen is mine.
Do you know what's the significance of the jim, the small jim on?
Jim is stop. You stop there.
Oh, you stop there.
Yeah.
On bars.
Yeah. Otherwise, the meaning may change.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So now let's look at the words here.
Just a little correction. Jim means jais. If you want to stop, you may. If you continue on, it's okay.
It's jais. Okay.
Jim means jais. So you don't have to stop. Otherwise,
if you don't stop, you may not stop.
You may not stop. Okay. Good.
Thank you.
So again, the word is wala'in, which is the same word as in the beginning. And if. And if. And here you don't have to translate the even, because and if will be sufficient. Okay? Now, the word is, we have seen this word has come few times. Ta, ba, and ayn. Okay? These are three letters and they belong to the group of the ba, which is called ba bifa'ala. Okay? Now we are going to make another word by adding two more letters here. If I add an alif and a ta like this, and keep this fa, ayn and lam. This is a group of words which is called ifta'ala. In ifta'ala, we make bigger word, 5 letters word, starting from 3 letters. Okay? 3 letters are fa and lam, and we add alif and ta. So if I do the same thing here, this will become alif, am I adding alif here, and a ta here, and the original 3 letters are ta, ba, and ayn. Okay? So this is pronounced as ittaba. Ittaba, and this means to follow the footsteps. Ittiba. ittiba. This word is commonly used in Urdu also. Ittiba Rasul, following the footsteps of the Prophet. Ittiba means to follow very closely. Okay. So this is the word ittaba'ata from this word ittaba'a. This is shadda here because there are two tas here. So this will become ittaba'a. Ittaba'ata means you followed. When we put a ta, we just saw that if you put a ta, it becomes you in the past tense. Fa'alta, you did. So by adding a ta at the end, it becomes you followed. So this is the word. If you put a ta at the end, it will become ittaba'ata. Okay. This word ittaba'ata means you followed. Okay. Followed the footstep. Okay. So all you have to do in this word, you put a ta at the end and it becomes the grammar of you, third person. Ittaba'ata. If you followed. If you followed. So as we saw that, if you have fa'ala means to do, and if I just add a ta at the end, like this, fa'alta, this means you did. So by adding a ta, the rule is it makes the grammar of second person you and the past tense. Okay. So I'm doing the same thing. The word is ittaba here. I'm adding a ta at the end. Ittaba means to follow footsteps. Ittaba'ata, you followed the footsteps. So if you followed, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is saying to the Prophet ﷺ, you here is Prophet ﷺ. If you followed the footstep. And also remember that after Prophet ﷺ, all these commands apply to the people also. Okay? So it is being said that even any of us followed. Okay? If after Prophet ﷺ, because here is the one person being addressed. So the person who is receiving the Quran, he is the first person who is being talked here about. After him, if you are reading the Quran, it should apply to you. If I am reading the Quran, it should apply to me. Allah is saying to me and you, if you followed the footsteps, okay? So that's what the meaning is. Wala in ittaba'ata. So this word is ittaba'ata. There's a kasra here. But when you combine, then this becomes hamzatul wasl, and this will become wala in ittaba'ata. Noon will combine with the ta, that's the reason. That is it. Shadda there. Wala in ittaba'ata, and if you followed. Followed what? Ahwa'ahum. Okay, so the word hawa means desire or a wish. Hawa means desire or a wish. Okay. And its plural is ahwa un. So the word is hawaun actually, and ahwaun means desires. Ahwaun means desires. Okay, and if I put a hum there, this will bring the meaning of their desires. Their desires. When you combine, you will read ahwa ohum. When you combine these two, the pronunciation will be ahwa'uhum. Ahwa'uhum means their desires. Who is there here? There are the Jews and the Christians, the people of the book. Okay?
So my question would be, the similar word is with asa, which should be more for the positive thing, and this is more for the negative aspect of desire. Ahwa'un is more for like not a great desire, but it's something on the. Well, because the other ones always used when there's a positive asa, you know, if you.
Yeah, asa means perhaps. Shayad.
Okay.
Now here there is a very specific reference there, because in the ayat that we read before, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, وَقَالُوا كُونُوا هُودًا أَوْ نَصَارَى. They say, Jews and Christians say to the Muslims, Kunu Hudan, become Jew, aw Nasara, become Christian. وَقَالُوا كُونُوا هُودًا أَوْ نَصَارَى تَهْتَدُوا. You will be guided. So this is their desire. Okay? This is their desire. The utmost desire is that you become Jew and Christian. So this is their ahwa. This is their desire. That is the, you can, as a matter of fact, you know, from the nature of the people, you can be the best friend, let's say, of Jews or Christians. Okay? But you can never be a better friend unless you become follow their religion. Once you join them, then they are the best friend to you. So this is their utmost desire and wish. Okay? Which is there, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, وَقَالُوا كُونُوا هُودًا أَوْ نَصَارَى, and they say, become Jew and the Christian. So Allah said that if you follow their desires, okay? Also notice that I have mentioned many times that whenever a noun comes after the verb, its dhamma changes to a kasra or fatah.
Can I ask you a question?
So let me finish this one. So you followed is a grammar, and ahwa'uhum. This word is ahwa'uhum, but this is coming after the verb. It is a maf'ul, so it becomes ahwa'ahum, not ohum. It is ohum actually, but it changes to a fatah. Ahwa'ahum meaning does not change, but the word becomes if you followed their desires. So you have a question.
Okay, like for instance here, kib, what is, it has to have a meaning, right? Because if you broke it down to each pronunciation, and because like just like in Greek Latin, for like these English, they have Greek Latin words, and that's how most of the English people got the language. That's how they developed the language. And what I'm trying to say is that they should have it should be broken down too, and then it should add up to something. But I mean, if you add up particularly each basic step of the word, you will understand it better, right? That's what I'm saying. But because it sounds reasonable, but I mean, if it's broken down more, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and actually that's true. Any language you can do that. Okay, so after the word is min ba'adi, min, and the word is ba'adun. These are the root words. Ba'adun means after. Okay. And this is min. Okay. Min is a harf-jar. Okay. So when you combine this, harf-jar changes to a kasra. It becomes min ba'adi. And when ba and noon comes together, they come together, the sound of noon changes into sound of mim with a hunna. So you pronounce mim ba'adi. And that's the reason there's a little mim written here. Mim ba'adi. In English, this whole word can be translated without from. So the mim ba'di, this whole word, but these two words together complete the meaning just by saying after. In some other language you have to say after, from after, but in English both of these words together give you the meaning of after. Okay. So whenever you see mim ba'd, just translate as after. Okay? Mim ba'd. Ma ja'aka. Okay? So ma means what? Okay? And jim, ya, and hamza means to come. This is another word. Jim, ya, and hamza means to come. Okay? Now, if we have these, fa'ala means to do, and if I put 3 fathahs on each of them, fa'ala means he did. That's how you make the grammar of third person in the past tense. Just put a fatah on each of these and pronounce fa'ala. Okay? If I do the same thing, this will be jim with a fatah, ya with a fatah, and hamza with a fatah. And this means he came. Okay. Past tense and third person. Okay. Now, this ya with the fatha can be written as an alif, because the sound is alif. Ya. And jim and ja'a. So that is what it is. Ja'a means he came. Okay. If a person is, then you say he. If it is not a person, you say it came. Okay. So ja'a, ja'a. Also from the rule of tajweed, whenever you have a hamza and there is an alif before that, you have to put a mad on alif. You have to stretch it. Ja'a. Okay, so that is because hamza has an effect backward on alif. Ja'a, it came. Okay, ka. Ka means to you. Ka means you, but you have to make proper English. Ma ja'aka, what came to you, what it came to you. Okay. What it came to you or what came to you. You don't have to say it. It's what came to you. This is about the Quran. Allah says that if you followed their desire after what has come to you, means the Quran has come to you. Okay? What has come to you? Has come to you. If you followed their desires after what has come to you. Okay? And then to be more specific, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, minal ilmi. So min means from. Okay? And ayn lam mim, this means to know. Ayn, lam and mim means to know. And ilmun is the knowledge. Ilm that we say is actual word is ilmun is knowledge. Ilmun means knowledge. If you stop and say ilm, but the actual word is ilmun. Okay? Now, if I put al before that, al means the. Okay? Al means the. And what al does, it removes one dhamma from here. So it becomes al ilmu. Because that's the rule of making it definite that two dhammas change into one dhamma. So this becomes al-ilmu, the knowledge. Okay? Al-ilmu means the knowledge. Okay? Now, if I put min before that, okay? Min means from. Min is a harf-jar. Harf-jar does one more thing. It changes dhamma to a kasra. Okay, these are standard rules, we keep repeating. So this changes to a kasra. So the word becomes now min al-ilmi. Separately, min al-ilmi, from the knowledge or of the knowledge. Okay. Now when you read this together, min has a sukoon here. You do not recite alif. Alif becomes hamzatul wasl, and that means this fatha sign changes into a small swat sign here, which means do not pronounce alif.
So, why is the knowledge for the knowledge?
Yeah.
How do you? Okay.
Ilmun is the word knowledge. Ilmun means knowledge.
Ilmun means knowledge. Okay.
Knowledge. Yeah.
So is it ilmun or almun? Right now it says almu.
Oh,
Almu.
no, you're right.
Achha, ilmu.
The word is ilmun.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, okay. So now, first thing you do is you do not pronounce this alif. Now, look at the problem here. If I take out the alif from here, you have noon that has a sukoon, and you have a lam that has a sukoon. If two letters have sukoon together, you cannot pronounce them at all. If two letters have sukoon, you cannot pronounce them. So what you do, you take this guy here and you change into a fatha for pronunciation. So now you pronounce me, nal, ilmi. Minal ilmi. From the knowledge. Okay, that's the word in the Quran. Minal ilmi, from the knowledge. Okay. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is saying that what has come to you from the knowledge of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala or the knowledge of the Quran, after it has come to you, if you followed the desires of people who were given the book before you, then this is the result of that. This will happen. If it's a conditional statement. Conditional statement is that if you did this, then what will happen to you? That is what these words are. Okay. So let's look at those words. Okay. So these words are inna. Inna means surely. Ka means you. One person, you. Inna ka means surely you. Okay. The word idhan means then. When or then means after something. Then. As a result of that. Okay. Now, then the word is la min. La is again surely. Lam e ta'keed. Okay. So inna means surely, and la means surely. Okay? Min also means among. Okay? So the meaning so far is innaka, surely you. Izan, then. Lamin will be surely among. Okay? Surely among. Okay? Then means, then is pointing that if you followed them, then what will happen to you, O Prophet? There isn't means then. Then is a result of following the desires. Okay? So if you followed their desires, then what will happen to you? Okay? Then look at these words, these letters, Za, Lam and Mim. Okay? Za, Lam and Mim. And this mean is to do wrong. To do wrong. Okay? Zalama means to do wrong. Okay, and there is another word which is commonly used in the translation, transgress, which means to cross the limits, to cross the boundaries. Okay? So that is meaning of zalama. Okay? Zalimun, if you put an alif, we just learned some that, it becomes the doer. Like sajidun, abidun, hamidun. So this means wrongdoer. Wrongdoer. The one who does wrong. Zalimun means a person, single person, who does wrong, who goes beyond the boundaries of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, who crosses the limits set by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Zalim is a person. Okay? Its plural is zalimun. You can write down zalimun this way. Zalimuna. It's wrongdoers. Plural. Zalimun is one wrongdoer person. Zalimuna is the plural of that. Wrongdoers. Many people who are doing wrong. Okay? So this is the actual word. Zalimuna. Okay? Now, so the word here is, and now zalimuna, if I put al before that, this will become the wrongdoers. Al makes it the wrongdoers. Okay? Also, so when you combine and read them together, za is a shamsi letter. It kills the sound of lam. And you pronounce za twice. Az-zalimuna. Az-zalimuna. So you do not pronounce lam, but you pronounce za twice. Az-zalimuna. The wrongdoers. Okay? So the word is az-zalimuna. Okay? Now also notice that, so I'm just going to leave this alif here with the fatah. The only thing I did that, this lam here, because you are not pronouncing the lam, so there is no harakat on lam, and za has shadda on it. Az-zalimuna. Okay? So the word is separately la, min, az-zalimuna. Okay? Now also, remember the rule that min is a harf jar. Min is a harf jar. What harf jar does? it looks at the next word and changes Dhamma into a Kasra. Harf-e-jar looks at the next word after that. Okay. So when min is going to look here, it says I find a Vav here. Okay. So it changes the Vav into a Ya. Okay. So this word becomes now Zalimina. Okay. It's not more, no more Zalimuna. Min will change Vav into a Ya in the plural only. Only in the plural. So the word becomes Zalimina. That's the word in the Quran. Okay. What's the difference between Zalimuna and Zalimina? Because Harf-e-jar has changed it to, meaning does not change. It's still wrongdoers. Okay. And when you read together, this will be recited Minaz Zalimina. Minaz Zalimina. Okay. So this will become indeed or surely you then among wrongdoers. You will become among the wrongdoers. If you followed their desires, you will become among the wrongdoers. Inshallah, we'll stop here.
तजवीद की करना